Good afternoon, everybody. How we doing? Spectre here on the 5x5 network here on a Wednesday afternoon. This is the 11th day of November now, 2020. Just about a little over a week past our election 2020. Still waiting on results. Do not believe the hype. Do not believe the mockingbird media and the garbage in that they profess for their guy, Joe Biden, as if to say, oh, he's our president now. Nope, not so much. We have a little process to follow. It's called the Electoral College. We're going to cover that here today. And by the way, before I forget, starting a little bit early today just because of the magnitude of stuff to try and cover here. I'm going to try and hit all of the election coverage, just a snippet of some of the stuff that I have across the states and questions still, the goings on around that. My illustrious co-host, SoCo, will be with us at the top of the hour here. And of course, today is also Veterans Day, what was formerly called Armistice Day here in these United States. So salute to all of our veterans out there, past, present, etc., for your services. Much respect to you guys for doing what you do, preserving what little freedom we have left here in this country. Had it not been for this election, which is more or less a pivot point, I would say, as to whether or not we're going to go down the socialist path or whether or not we're going to fight this tooth and nail to preserve our rights as a sovereign and free country. We're going to have a lot of work to be able to do in that regard nonetheless. But again, thank you to all of our veterans out there on this Veterans Day here on the 11th day of November. So that being said, appreciate you guys tuning in here, both on the YouTube side, the D-Live side. I see you guys scrolling through chat here. See Anon Mojo, one of our super fans over on the YouTube side. For a while, we still have them. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Looks like we got a couple of our wrenches out there. Looks like Caustic Chameleons out there. Good to see you. Looks like Jackie R, one of our wrenches over there on the YouTube side. Good to see you guys out there. Keck Wrangle Mint, Esther Q, Holland Dundee, Mark Bales, Granny Growbags. Good to see you in-house. Beverly Fraser, Bobby Moore, Tony Solomon. Let's see, Linda Leineck. I don't know. Perhaps I said it right the first time. I don't know. Tracy Pearson, good to see all of you guys. Kirk Allen on the YouTube side. Many of you guys. Puppy Cat 01, you saw it here. Dina MKZ, JR Arizona, Homeless Handyman, and a bunch of you guys bringing up the D-Live side. And I think I did see somewhere up the way here somebody at least hanging out over on our Twitch side as well. I would imagine we'll probably have, CBA SSRN. Good to see you from Michigan over on the Twitch side. I'm sure Dutch will probably be over there momentarily to mod over there. So that being said, let's get into the goings on here. First and foremost, I'm going to bring up the 270 map where things currently reside. So as of right now, they currently paint Biden with the 279 to 232 lead with a couple states still in dispute, Arizona, Georgia. However, if you've been following the results in that and the tracking that I've done, you'll know that I've been keeping tabs on Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and I maintain that here today and kind of a war room in that I've got going on behind the scenes. So we'll maintain that here today. A lot of these states are still in question, so those that profess to be blue could be getting walked back by the time it's said and done with some of these legal challenges. So that being said, just as a pleasant reminder, here's what's actually supposed to happen via the Electoral College process. I don't give a damn what Fox says. I don't give a damn what CNN, MSNBC, ABC, all the rest of them profess. They don't get to determine it. Sorry. Wrong. Neither do you, YouTube. Neither do you, Twitter. Neither do you, Facebook. At the end of the day, we have a process where December 8th is Safe Harbor Day, where the Electoral College voters are selected at each of the respective states. And it is the legislators of each of the respective states that do that. Not the Secretary of State, not the head of the commissions of elections or the governors or whoever. No, it is the legislators. And guess what? In many of these states where they've got blue governors, there's a little problem. Most of their legislators are in the red. Perhaps a little problem that they may have to deal with. December 14th is when the Electoral College voters cast their actual votes. January 6th, after new Congress is seated, they are the ones that will count the Electoral College votes and declare the winner. And of course, January 20th is indeed Inauguration Day. So here we are, the 11th day of November. We still have a little less than a month before the Electoral College voters are even selected. So there's plenty of time. Plenty of time. Let these legal challenges play out. And at the end of the day, if they were indeed for a fair process, then why such secrecy? Why hiding in the shadows of everything? You would think that both camps would be adamant about trying to make sure that all legal votes are indeed counted, right? But that's not what we're seeing play out, is it? At all. All right, so that being said, let's get into some of the articles. Trump files emergency injunction in Michigan alleging fraud, demands recounts over malfunctioning Dominion machines. I saw a Zero Hedge yesterday, updated this morning. Trump campaign has requested an emergency injunction in a federal lawsuit aimed at preventing the state of Michigan from certifying the results of last week's election. until election officials can certify that only legally cast on time and legally observed ballots are included in the count. Did you catch all that? Legally cast, on time, and legally observed. Not the fact that they had folks in Detroit standing there blocking windows, going against court orders, et cetera, or even the fact that they had lists where various folks were not to even able to be gained entry, like Corey Lewandowski, for example. The campaign is alleging several types of fraud, misconduct, and invalidated ballots based on a number of reasons, including malfunctioning vote count machines made by Dominion Voting Systems. And if you're just now hearing about this, Dominion is one of the prime ones that has been used around the country here. All sorts of ties, as we find out, to back to the Pelosi camp, back to the Feinstein camp. The fact that these voting systems and that were actually not supposed to be connected to the internet. The intranet, yes, but not the internet. And all of a sudden, backdoor way, we find out that Michigan has these quote-unquote glitches, as did Georgia. Just, pure coincidence that they would have a glitch on the very night of the election while ballots are being counted. Purely coincidence, nothing to see here, folks. The Tuesday night filing in the U.S. District Court for the Western District of Michigan alleges, among other things, that officials prevented GDP challengers from observing the count, scanned batches of the same ballots multiple times, illegally accepted and predated late ballots, including from unmonitored drop boxes, and that election workers illegally duplicated ballots, according to a statement from the campaign. The lawsuit requests that the court toss all ballots not observed by a GOP election challenger who has been, quote, allowed to meaningfully observe the process and the handling and counting of the ballot. We just want a free and fair election, that's all. Should be a common thread amongst both parties, you would think. The complaint includes more than 100 credentialed election challengers who have provided sworn affidavits that they were prevented from reviewing the ballot count or validate the legitimacy of absentee ballots. Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson is accused in the suit of failing to follow the state election code, which allowed fraud and incompetence to corrupt the conduct of the 2020 general election. And here we see the quip out of the filing in that in court. The GOP challengers allegedly blocked and intimidated. Many challengers testified that their ability to view the handling, processing, and counting of ballots was physically and intentionally blocked by election officials. Mind you, we have video evidence where they clapped and cheered. Yeah, that should be admissible in court as well. But hey, Mockingbird Media, not a scintilla of evidence that there was any fraud or illegal conduct, right? At least 3 challengers said they were physically pushed away from counting tables by election officials to a distance that was too far to observe the counting. Republican challengers who left the TCF Center were not allowed to return, while Dems were, resulting in many more Democratic challengers allowed to observe the processing and counting of absent voter ballots. Many challengers testified that they were intimidated, threatened, and harassed by election officials during the ballot processing and counting process. For reference, here's a video of the people cheering as GOP poll watchers were thrown out of the TCF Center in Detroit as absentee ballots were counted, and we will indeed let this play through yet again. And so why so scared? Why the secrecy? Why the need to not have both parties present if it weren't for the fact that they were trying to hide something? Batches of ballots run through multiple times. Multiple GOP challengers attested that batches of ballots were repeatedly run through the vote tabulation machines, with one challenger saying she observed a stack of about 50 ballots being fed multiple times into a ballot scanner counting machine. Another challenger claims they observed a station where election workers were working or scanned ballots that had issues that needed to be manually corrected, adding, I believe some of these workers were changing votes that had been cast for Donald Trump and other Republican candidates. And it says when challengers did bring up issues with ballots, they were ignored and disregarded. according to the complaint, with one claiming that ballots with votes for Trump were separated from other ballots, and that when they raised challenges over ballot numbers which didn't match their envelopes, they were disregarded and ignored by election officials, and the ballots were processed and counted. The filing also claims that ballots which could not be read by a machine were unlawfully duplicated out of the view of challengers and weren't conducted by a bipartisan pair of election inspectors. And of course, that's also within the filings. The faulty tabulation software. The suit notes that in Antrim County, Michigan, voting machines manufactured by Dominion Voting Systems were at fault when they erroneously gave over 6,000 Trump votes to former Vice President Joe Biden. The error, quote unquote, potentially affecting the same machines used in Wayne County, was blamed by Secretary of State Benson on a county clerk who failed to update certain media drives. Media drives? What the effity F does that mean? Sounds like they're talking out of their post derriere. Also noted were Dominion machine errors in Oakland County, Michigan, which resulted in a Democrat being wrongly declared the winner of a commissioner's race by 104 votes, only to have their seat flipped back to the rightful Republican candidate after the error was caught. These vote tabulator failures are a mechanical malfunction that, under MCL 168.831 to 168.839, requires a special election in the precincts affected, reads the filing. And then there's the matter of backdated absentee ballots. The filing also alleges backdating of ballots after attorney and GOP challenger Jessica Conarn says she was told by a poll worker told her they were being told to change the date on ballots to reflect that the ballots were received on an earlier date. Conarn has provided a photograph of a note handed to her by the poll worker as evidence they were instructed to change the date so that absentee ballots received after 8 p.m. on Election Day would be counted. Continues. The Trump campaign also says that ballots were deposited in remote, unattended drop boxes, which were essentially equivalent to a polling place where a person can deposit a ballot. But there is no validation that the individual depositing a ballot in the box is an individual who is qualified to cast a vote or to lawfully deliver a ballot cast by a lawful voter. The filing says that according to Michigan law, a remote ballot drop box must use video monitoring of that drop box to ensure effective monitoring. Now we wait to see if over 100 affidavits and Trump campaign attorney Thor Hearn are able to persuade a Michigan judge to halt certifying Joe Biden winner of the state. Over to Philadelphia, we get this out of Elijah Schaefer. It says, breaking, list of Philadelphia Republican poll watchers put on no entry list. And this is from the Philly election canvas. Even at Corey Lewandowski was put on it. And there you can actually see his name right there. No entry. All these folks, no entry. Republican, 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 all the way down the list. So, again, if we are led to believe that this is meant to be a free and fair election, according to the Mockingbird media, who is quick to profess and proclaim Joe Biden the president-elect, then they should have absolutely no problem allowing all of this to go through. And of course, if their defense is good, it should stand up in court, right? But we'll have to see how this plays out. In any case, uh, then aside from that, because the Dems got such a beatdown in both the Senate and House of Representatives, where they were supposed to gain so many seats, they were promised. If you recall, the Lincoln Project, as part of the PACs, was promising their base that they were going to gain majorly and have majorities in both houses. And of course, that did not happen. Unfortunately, the Lincoln Project is now calling to call out and dox the lawyers representing Trump in election battles. You know, because after crazy Uncle Joe has called for unity and civility and everything else, well, it's just their playbook. So this by Jonathan Turley says the Lincoln Project is airing a commercial today celebrating the end of the politics of division and personal attacks as Twitter removed a tweet with a skull and crossbones emoji from the Lincoln Project that sought to target lawyers simply because they represent the Trump campaign. The crushing irony is magnified by the fact that Rep. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, has called for liberals to start to assemble enemy lists of people who are complicit in the Trump administration. And the first entry was, you guessed it, the Republicans who founded the Lincoln Project. It is the reality of our doublespeak politics. Call it skull and bones, crossbones, civility. The Lincoln Project called on its almost 3 million followers to hound and harass attorneys Carolyn McGee and Ronald Hicks for assisting the Trump team in its legal battle over mail in ballots in Pennsylvania. So basically, the Lincoln Project, for those that don't know, is basically a never Trumper Republican arm, if you want to call it that, who despise the MAGA coalition, if you want to call it that. They were basically Dems in disguise. At the same time, the Lincoln Project is airing a commercial of how we can finally put people before politics as they pursue people who are supporting Trump in court. In the meantime, the members of Lincoln Project are being moved from the resistance to the reactionary category in the aftermath of the election. Continuing on, the contrast is evident across the political spectrum as leaders herald Biden as the healer while denouncing Trump supporters. Bullshit. Excuse me, I had a little cough right there. Lists are being compiled. Apparently, get ready for the gulags, right? The Trump Accountability Project, led by staffers who worked for former Mayor Pete Buttigieg and President Barack Obama, is making lists of Trump administration officials to hound them out of any employment opportunities. Former 44 spokesman Harry Savudgan proudly tweeted, White House staff are starting to look for jobs. Employers considering them should know there are consequences for hiring anyone who helped Trump attack American values. And so I'll just leave that there. And as a pleasant reminder, I think we can go back on some various posts by one of our Anons that talked about this, right? The shadow presidency of 44 and the dirty tactics, right? We really shouldn't be all too terribly surprised at what is going on surrounding that, right? Not at all. All right, so continuing on into the stateside, let's start off with Alaska, North Carolina, Arizona. Out of a right scoop here today, we get this. President Trump wins Alaska, finally, declaring it North Carolina, and is getting closer in Arizona. So the decision desk called North Carolina yesterday for Trump. There's their tweet says they project Trump has won the state of North Carolina and its 15 electoral votes. The race was called at 11:10, 1:41 p.m. yesterday. I should note that the other outlets have not called it yet, like ABC News, Fox News. Trump leads by 73,000 at this point, so it's probably a done deal. Unless, of course, tonight we get an overnight drop in the middle of the night about 3, 4 a.m. and suddenly the vote swings. But do you think they would be so brazen as to try that now, given all the revelations? Maybe. But I mean, I've got the Mockingbird media to run cover for them, right? Alaska was also called for Trump. Decision Desk HQ says that Trump is projected to win there, has won the state of Alaska, and its 3 electoral votes. The race was called today at 8:22 a.m. Says in this case, ABC News has also called Alaska for Trump, but not Fox News. Fox News, the turncoat, quote unquote, conservative organization. Yeah, good luck there. Says in Arizona, the vote tallies this morning show Trump has moved a little closer. Yesterday, we reported that Biden's lead was down to 14,746 votes. Today, it's down to 12,813. So guess what? It's probably within the percentage of where they will have to do a recount. Whether Trump can take the state is still up in the air, but at the very least, you'd think it's close enough to call for a recount. Dick Morris, in fact, believes that's in the future. And of course, we get the tweet here out of Emerald Robinson. Dick Morris on Newsmax. This is a kind of a domino effect. The first state to be reversed will be Georgia because they are really coming up strong. That will create strong momentum for a recount in Arizona and Wisconsin. And if we win those 3 states, then we're home free. So again, I remind you, back to the 270 to win, we're at 279 versus 232. If a couple of these states, 10 get knocked off there, if Georgia comes to play, if Arizona comes to play here, Things probably aren't going to be looking too good for the professed president-elect that the Mockingbird media has coronated now, will it? Not at all. All right, so over to big league politics, we get this in regards to Georgia. A journalist calls for out-of-state residents from blue states to vote in Georgia's Senate elections. Now, obviously, in recent days here, we've seen people like Chuck Schumer going out on stage, screaming from the mountaintops, if you will, hey, if we get these two, then we're going to take over America. Well, not if we can help it. So the dirty shenanigans that got to play out for the runoff because none of the candidates got 50% of the vote. This will have to play clear into January. And of course, now we'll see that the shenanigans will try to continue where they'll try and bring out of state folks in to throw things off. How very brazen of them. A mass migration of voters to the Peach State could tip the elections in Dems' favor. Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden appears to have won against incumbent President Donald Trump, but the political fight is far from over. Despite all the media hype surrounding a potential blue wave sweeping across Congress and state houses nationwide, Dems laid an egg. Republicans have picked up House seats. Dems failed to take the Senate, and many state legislatures have stayed in Republican hands. That said, there lies an immediate challenge ahead. Georgia's Senate seats are going to a January runoff. On one hand, Dem Raphael Warnock will square off against Republican Senator Kelly Loeffler. For the other Senate race, Dem challenger John Ossoff will try to unseat incumbent Senator David Perdue. It's no exaggeration to say that these races will be high stakes. If Dems come out victorious, they control the Senate by virtue of a 50-50 split, along with Vice President Kamala Harris being the tiebreaker. In the case that they end up failing to flip the seats, any of Biden's most ambitious policy items will be put on hold for the time being. For that reason, Dems will be pouring millions into these races. Not just that, some journalists such as Matt Iglesias are calling on Dems to use the mass migration of unemployed individuals living in blue states to enter and register inside of Georgia as a means of tipping Senate elections to the Dems win column. On Twitter, Iglesias urged Dem donors and organizations to, quote, pay unemployed New Yorkers to move to Atlanta. Oh, how very convenient. As if we didn't see voter rolls and migrations and change of address stuff come to play in any of the other states. Yeah, let's add that to the mix down in Georgia. Says as a result, the fate of the U.S. Senate may likely not be determined by Georgia voters, but transplants who have no real roots in the area. According to Ari Hoffman of the Post Millennial, it is extremely easy to establish residency and register to vote in Georgia and can be done in a week or two. So, yeah, that is the level of shenanigans that they will try to use to tip the scales in their favor. All right, so over to law enforcement today, talking about Michigan now. Ex-Michigan Deputy Attorney General alleges Detroit counters assigned fraudulent ballots to non-voters. So, again, Mockingbird Media, where is your truth in reporting here? Anywhere? Anyone? Anybody seen it? I've yet to see it. Hear no evil, see no evil, smell no evil, apparently. Before, during, and after the election, Trump and the Republican Party have claimed voter fraud, and Dems, along with every major media outlet, said their claims were unfounded. Post-election, many have come forward with evidence of voter tampering, and yet every time the media reports on President Trump's lawsuits, they state that his claims have no merit. The latest person to come forward, a former Deputy Attorney General for Michigan, gave a sworn affidavit on Sunday, November 8th, about the voter fraud he witnessed being committed by Detroit ballot counters. And apparently this is the affidavit that was filed. Sworn affidavit from Republican poll challenger Zachary Larson, a former assistant AG. Breitbart reported that Zachary Larson, who served in both the Bill Schuett and Dana Nessel administrations, was a Republican poll challenger and arrived at the TCF Center in Detroit to observe the absentee ballot counting process last week. Larson said the secrecy of the ballot was not being respected throughout the process. Larson's affidavit was part of a suit filed by the Great Lakes Justice Center, where he said in part, instead, the second official at the table where I was observing was repeatedly placing her fingers into the secrecy sleeve to separate the envelope and visually peek into the envelopes in a way that would allow her to visually observe the ballot and identify some of the votes cast by the voter. Larson conferred with other poll watchers to ensure they were noticing what he was, and that was that other individuals at the location would also peek to observe the ballot. Besides compromising the integrity of the voting process by taking the privacy out of it, Larson stated his other concern was that if the persons peeking did not agree with the vote due to their own political affiliations, they would place the ballot in the problem ballots box, which would cancel out that vote. Another claim Larson made was that he observed workers counting ballots without confirmation that the voter was an eligible voter in the poll book. And so he's got more in his affidavit. I'll go ahead and drop that link out there. In the meantime, I see that my co-host has arrived. How are we doing, Soko?
Good afternoon. Sunday fun day. I'm doing good. How
Sunday?
are you?
How about Wednesday?
I mean,
think you're about
Wednesday
3 days
hump
off.
day. Good grief.
Yeah.
This is what this world will do to you. Yeah, it's Wednesday. My bad.
That
I'll
it
change
is.
it so use this both. How are you doing? You get your election debacle done?
No, I'm still weeding through here. I probably got 1, 2, 3, 6, about 9 or so other articles. But if you want to mix it up here a little bit, we can take a little break from it. Whatever you
Well,
want to do.
I mean that's all that's in the news. There's so much other stuff in the news. Usually, I try to bring in the kind of the humorous side of it because it's so utterly ridiculous the stuff that I see. Like, I don't know. What's up, Puppy Cat and Suji? Over in D Live. Sorry, I just seen them the last two. Thank you for the ice creams, ladies. And I saw Biker Granny joined as a sub. Been missing Biker Granny. She's usually always in there as well. So good to see people out there. And in the YouTube world, I see Mojo. I don't know what you're talking about, Mojo. I just saw her put a bunch of glasses down and then said drunk. So it's early in the day, Mojo. I don't
Whoa,
think you're
this
referring to the
early?
day.
Wow.
Listen, she just got back from a big trip and all that. So she probably was talking about something else. Maybe she was talking about me on election night. I don't know.
Oh yeah. By the way, yeah. This is the first Wednesday back. Last week, by the way, in case you missed it, my co-host here was feeling a little bottle fluish.
Mm-hmm. I know. What's up? Wake the fake up. It says hi, Laura. Like there. Thomas said to power through it. So like all I
All
have
right.
is like I will. Yeah, you go for it. I'll sit back. Listen, I don't mind
Well,
taking the back seat and
let
coming
me
in and going rah rah.
let me see what I can get through here in about the next 20 minutes, half hour. See if I can power through these in the rest of the states. Like I said, folks, at the end of the day, this is just a small snippet of the stuff in that I've been capturing. For those that know, behind the scenes, I've got a little bit of a war room assembled here, and probably about twice daily, I'm pulling articles left and right. And I think by last count here, I tried to do a tally last night of just how much has been pulled since election day, and I think I'm probably north of about 500 articles. So, this business where the Mockingbird media says it's unfounded, there are no claims, is all bullshit. They know it. We know it. And it's going to come out in a court of law, and all the evidence is going to be there. They're screwed. The days of following the Mockingbird media should be evident to just about every single American, anybody paying attention to this election worldwide. These guys are totally discredited, and they're going to hang on this stuff. They're going to go down with the down the tubes and write it all the way down, and that's it. We are the news. There's a reason why a certain Anon has said that, because we're the only ones telling the damn truth at this point.
Liz, there is so many jokes I could have said right there, like down the tube, kind of like Kamala Harris got her political career.
Well,
Sorry. I
well,
want to show you like his. This is Breaking's electric. What is wrong with me? Need more called election coverage, and this is like mine. CNN's Cooper compares Trump to dictator whose son shot opponents. Trump Jr. trolls him with the photo. So this guy's all like, blah, 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 why cry. And I'm part of the CIA. And then Trump Jr. comes in and says, really? Remember this, you
Yeah.
news reporter, you with the camera guys are standing up here. Oh my God, it's just flooding. I'm so flooded. Oh, cool.
Go
Because that's
stand in a deep ditch full of water.
that's a perfect picture of what the media does. I mean, you could not encapsulate what the
It's
media does to its people. I don't mean all across the world. I don't just mean America. I mean everywhere.
it's
Right
almost
there.
it's almost as good as the Weather Channel when he had that reporter out there and they were filming and a guy is struggling to stand up and then all of a sudden you see two people walk by behind him while the camera's rolling, turning and
Oh, I
looking at the
remember
guy
that
like,
one.
"What are you guys doing?" And
Yeah,
just walking normal.
it's hilarious. What we do.
Gaslighting, folks. Gaslighting. Don't believe your eyes. All right.
Velvet Elvis. Sorry, I love that name. Every time I see Velvet Elvis, maybe it's from Tennessee. I don't know. Okay, go ahead.
Well, let me get after it here. So bouncing over to Nevada, this out of military.com, the GOP list of alleged voter fraud in Nevada contains hundreds of military addresses. So yes, not to be left out, they apparently did the same with the military folks. A letter sent November 5th on behalf of President Donald Trump re-election campaign to Attorney General William Barr alleges that 3,062 voters who did not live in the state of Nevada improperly cast absentee ballots in the November 2020 election. But the list that accompanies the letter of those accused of criminal voter fraud contains hundreds of overseas military post office boxes and more than 1,000 locations where military personnel are stationed, such as Minot, North Dakota, Edwards and Fort Irwin, California, Hills Air Force Base, Utah, Carlisle, Pennsylvania, and Yuma, Arizona. To at least one military spouse whose residences of Henderson, Nevada, and Davis, California are listed. With her specific 9-digit zip code, exact addresses are not included. Finding herself and her husband, an Air Force major, on the list was shocking. To see my integrity challenged along with other members of the military to be challenged in this way, it is a shock. And to be potentially disenfranchised because of these actions, that's not okay, said Amy Rose, who votes absentee and claims Henderson as her home while the couple is stationed in California. Rose found her locations on the list after a copy of the letter sent by a Weir Law Group on behalf of the Trump campaign, as well as the list, were published on Twitter by Riley Snyder, a reporter with the Nevada Independent. The list contains two people who lived in Henderson, Nevada, and now live in Davis, California, and the 95618 zip code with the 6104 addition, the code that indicates a specific delivery route belonging to the couple. We put two and two together and realized, yeah, wow, it's shocking to see ourselves there, Rose said. According to the letter from Trump attorneys, the campaign cross referenced the names and addresses of voters with the National Change of Address database maintained by the U.S. Postal Service. And this part here is probably going to be key, just for the simple fact of the article I just got done talking about in Georgia, right? Or they're going to try and wheel in some lackeys from out of state to try and sway the election from other states. This part here is probably key because if the U.S. Postal Service does not keep up to date with this stuff, guess what? They can double dip and do exactly like what they just got done doing here. All right, so continuing on. Also, out of Nevada, breaking this out of Chicks on the Right says Nevada poll worker gives sworn declaration affidavit, eyewitness to blatant voter fraud. During a segment on Fox News, the Ingraham angle, an anonymous Clark County poll worker came forward to allege that voter fraud was committed in the state of Nevada, according to Fox News. And of course, this must have snuck through the cracks of Paul Ryan. The whistleblower, who only spoke on terms of anonymity, said, as I got closer, I thought, those are ballots, she said. And it says I walked by 4 or 5 times. On the next time I walked by, they were putting them in the envelopes. They were putting them in a white and pink envelope. She also claimed that votes were cast without providing valid identification. Then the worker realized that her colleagues created a human wall to obstruct others from seeing what was going on. The alleged witness released a sworn affidavit which details exactly what she witnessed. It has also been given to the DOJ. A sworn declaration from an eyewitness is the literal definition of evidence, a Trump campaign attorney said in a statement. Those on the left and in other quarters that have been screaming that there's no evidence will need new talkers, and most importantly, will have to now focus on the legitimate issues that have been raised. So, according to Fox News, the whistleblower, whose identity was hidden and whose voice was modified at her request, told host Laura Ingraham that she noticed white envelopes being passed around and ripped open near a Biden Harris van while on a walk during her lunch break. The envelope handlers then leaned against the side of the van in order to mark the papers, which she recognized as ballots. So yeah, again, just like 44's administration not having a scintilla of any sort of uh, wrongdoing, anything along those lines, much the same by way of the voting, at least according to the Mockingbird media. All right, so back over to North Carolina. Yesterday, of course, we found this out. Breaking: President Trump and GOP Senator Tom Tillis win North Carolina, according to Decision Desk HQ. So Tom Tillis will certainly help the cause in tipping the numbers Republicans' way in the Senate. Trump and Senator Tom Tillis won North Carolina, according to Decision Desk HQ. Finally, President Trump won North Carolina on election night. However, they dragged their feet for 1 week and refused to call the race. And of course, there we see the tweet via Decision Desk HQ. It says, "Let's roll." People's Pundit Daily says, "Race called. Republican Senator Tom Tillis has defeated Democrat Calf for NC in North Carolina, boosting GOP hopes to maintain control of the U.S. Senate." There we see the race was finally called for at Real Donald Trump. Trump defeated Biden, and Tom Tillis defeated philanderer Cal Cunningham. And of course, recall HRC's Perkins Coie lawyer Mark Elias spearheaded the legal effort to change the voting rules in North Carolina by extending the election day until November 12th. The state election board, not the state legislature, extended election day to November 12th. Of course, this is unconstitutional, and with all the voter fraud and ballot harvesting, Trump will win North Carolina. So, that is what we know out of North Carolina after results had been delayed for quite some time. And of course, as described, the dates extended, albeit illegally. Now, out of American Lookout, report tens of thousands of Pennsylvania ballots were returned earlier than the sent date. Whoa. Apparently, folks, these guys are so stinking good that they have the ability to go back in time and actually stamp the suckers before they're ever sent. Wow, fascinating. People across the country suspect massive voter fraud took place in the 2020 election, and it's easy to understand why. In various states, there have been reports of shenanigans, and many of them are states which were and still are considered pivotal in the ultimate outcome. In Pennsylvania, for instance, there are now reports of tens of thousands of ballots which were returned earlier than their sent date. Epoch Times reports. Tens of thousands of Pennsylvania ballots returned earlier than the sent date. Researcher. More than 20,000 absentee ballots in Pennsylvania have impossible return dates, and another more than 80,000 have return dates that raise questions, according to a researcher's analysis of the state's voter database. Over 51,000 ballots were marked as returned just a day after they were sent out, an extraordinary speed given U.S. Postal Service delivery times, while nearly 35,000 were returned on the same day they were mailed out. Another, more than 23,000 have a return date earlier than the sent date. More than 9,000 have no sent date. So let's see, tally that up. 9,000 and 23,000, that's 32,000, and another 35,000, that's 67,000, and another 51,000. Well, that's just 117,000 ballots in question here. Nothing to see
17.
Here. The state's voter records are being scrutinized as Trump is challenging the results of the presidential election in Pennsylvania and other states where his opponent, Biden, holds a tight lead. The Trump campaign is alleging that invalid ballots have been counted for Democrats and valid ballots for Republicans were thrown away. The analysis of the publicly available data was conducted by a data researcher who submitted it first to the Chinese language edition of the Epoch Times. The researcher, who spoke on condition of anonymity, said he consulted about the matter with several USPS field engineers who said the return dates shown in the database are impossible. Gee, you think? But hey, folks, again, there's nothing to see here. Still in Pennsylvania, out of big league politics, The Postal Service worker blowing whistle on alleged USPS ballot fraud rejects Washington Post claim that he retracted allegations. This is a big flap yesterday, still being sorted through here. A question as to whether or not the whistleblower did or did not reject his claim. I think this is just a Mockingbird media hit piece to try and throw things off. Washington Post misrepresented Richard Hopkins, who is the whistleblower in question here. A Pennsylvania United States Postal Service worker who accused his supervisors of backdating ballots to make them legally eligible rejected a WAPO, Washington Compost, story claiming he had renounced his claim on Tuesday. 32-year-old Richard Hopkins is a Marine Corps veteran who published claims of electoral fraud through an interview with Project Veritas last week. Hopkins is accusing Erie, Pennsylvania Postal Service supervisors of falsely marking late mail-in ballots in order to ensure they were counted in the election. And here we got the piece.
They were grilling the hell out of me.
How are you feeling right now?
I'm kind of pissed. I feel like I just got played.
And I heard him say to the supervisor that they messed up yesterday. I was like, oh, what did they mess up on? And he told the supervisor that they had postmarked one of the ballots for the 4th instead of the 3rd, because they were supposed to put them for the 3rd.
And of course, you can check that out over on Project Veritas. For whatever reason, it's buffering. I don't know if it's because of the site or Twitter or a combination of the two. The Washington Compost had falsely reported that Hopkins recanted his statements to Project Veritas and admitted that he made up the entire story. Hopkins forcefully rejected Washington Compost's narrative in a video released through Veritas on Tuesday night.
My name is Richard Hopkins. I am the postal employee who came out and whistle blew on the Erie, PA Postal Service postal office. I am right at this very moment looking at an article written by Washington Post. It says that I fabricated the allegations of ballot tampering. I'm here to say that I did not recant my statements. That did not happen. That is not what happened. And you will find out tomorrow. And I would like that the Washington Post recant their wonderful little article that they decided to throw out there, out of random. My name is Richard Hopkins.
And what I find amusing out of all that is the fact that Twitter had to put a claim about election fraud as disputed underneath the very guy who called it out. Idiots. The Washington Post sources for the erroneous story were totally anonymous, as usual for the outlet which peddled false Russia conspiracy theories for years. And apparently we're just supposed to believe them now. James O'Keefe says this: Washington Post, Sean Boberg, and Jacob Bobage rely upon anonymous sources who spoke on condition of anonymity. Of course they did, because they're completely fabricated. We're about to release hours of recordings of federal agents who admit to coercing him. Hopkins requested info about what agents made him sign. He's legally entitled to it. So, yes, more shenanigans in that regard there. Now, over to the Epoch Times, over to Wisconsin. Wisconsin elections panel guidance led clerks to fill out witness addresses contrary to state law. So basically, they're violating their own statutes and laws up in Wisconsin to make this try and slide through. Guidance issued by the Wisconsin Elections Commission resulted in municipal clerks filling out missing witness addresses on absentee ballot certificates, contrary to the plain language of the state law, according to Michael Gableman, a former Wisconsin Supreme Court justice. Wisconsin statute requires each absentee ballot to be accompanied by a certificate signed by a witness who must write down his or her address. If a certificate is missing the address of a witness, the ballot may not be counted, the law states. The Wisconsin Elections Commission appears to have disregarded the statute when, in October, it formally instructed clerks and the election officials across the state to take it upon themselves to fill out missing addresses on mail ballots by looking up their information in the voter registry or through other, quote, reliable information. This is not at all what the law directs, Gableman, who worked as a poll watcher in Milwaukee on November 3rd and witnessed the addresses in red ink, told the Epoch Times. The law states that if the witness address is missing under the witness signature, it's a spoiled ballot or invalid ballot. The clerks have been using red ink to fill out the missing addresses, and the Epoch Times spoke to 4 poll watchers who witnessed the red ink on absentee ballots that were counted on Election Day in Milwaukee. Wisconsin Election Commission spokesman Reed Magny told the Epoch Times in an email that the guidance in question was approved by the commission unanimously in 2016. So wait a minute, help me understand this. Who actually wields the power of what happens during the elections here? Is it the legislature, or is the election commissions in these respective states wielding power that they don't have? Because it sure seems it's more the latter and not the former. But I think what's likely going to happen when these things get challenged in court, as they rightfully should, somebody's going to get a smackdown here.
Yeah, that's what Maria was asking out in chat. She said, how long, when will we know? And I was like, these court battles could take weeks, if not months. And, the inauguration is supposed to happen on January the 20th, but they will, we know how the wheels of quote unquote justice turn.
I think a lot of these will probably get expedited. I think Ted Cruz was alluding to that yesterday. I think I saw a clip somewhere. It says, to that point that these things could take a couple, 2-3 weeks to get through. Obviously the expediency of the courts to try and get this stuff resolved. They're going to push for that on Trump's side. Obviously, from the opposing side, they will try to drag their heels and do whatever.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Ultimately, what will likely happen is that all of these are going to have to get rolled up to a federal level. Chances are, by the time it is said and done, everything will have to go to the Supreme Court, and voila, ACB is in place to be the deciding vote. So that's my take on how I think things will probably play out. We'll have to see in the ensuing weeks if it indeed goes that way. Now, last but not least, bombshell. Anon crunches voter data, discovers election software Dominion producing massive fraud. This came out yesterday. This is by Truman Black over at the Donald.win. Says everything you're about to read is verified and was made by this centipede. He did all the heavy work. There we see the link to that. Reminder, this doesn't take into account all the 100,000s of Trump votes destroyed, burned, and ripped apart, and this is the evidence we've found so far. I saw the video on the Gateway Pundit, and I decided to do some digging of my own into a more reputable source that can verify that the glitch was indeed real and that it affected the votes, instead of it being just a display glitch on that news channel. So I went digging. I made a script to run through the data and gather all instances where votes switched from Trump to Biden. So, according to the Dominion voting systems that were used all across the land, from Pennsylvania to Hawaii, Pennsylvania had over 220,883 lost votes, 941. That was the number switched versus lost votes, 941,248. New Jersey had 80,000 switched votes, 21,000 switched votes in Florida, 20,000 switched votes in Michigan, 18,000 switched votes in New York, 17,000 in Georgia, 14,000 in Ohio, etc., etc. It goes on down the list. Virginia, California, Arizona, Minnesota, Tennessee, Louisiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, Colorado, Utah, New Hampshire, Iowa, New Mexico, Missouri, Nevada, Alaska, Washington, Hawaii. According to the Premier Election Solutions, owned by Dominion Voting Systems, Texas had almost 15,000 switched, 30,000 and some lost. Kansas had 1,674 switched, 2,154 lost. Election Systems and Software, yet another outfit that processes the ballots, Nebraska had 30,000 switched, 8,000 in Kentucky, 3,664 in Arkansas, another 2,700 plus in South Carolina, 2,300 Montana, 1,300 South Dakota, North Dakota, 234 on down the list here. And then unknown systems, Nebraska, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Oregon, Alabama, Mississippi, Maine, Rhode Island, West Virginia, Idaho, Oklahoma, Indiana, Delaware, Vermont. You can kind of see the numbers there. And it says, for a verification process, I went looking through the data I got from my script, trying to find if the moment the Antrim glitch happened in Michigan is there, and it is. There's the data. You can actually pull up that set of data. And here's a specific part when the switch happened. You can click that link. So as you can see in that picture that Trump lost 3,096 votes. Those all went to Biden. But Trump also lost 2,324 votes that went nowhere. And there's the data set and that they use there. So that being said, I think this is some of the data on that Twitter was trying to scrub yesterday and many of the big tech outfits where this was being shared. I will go ahead and drop that link out there. You guys can take a gander for yourself and dispense accordingly.
Okay, I kind of got a couple things like this to go over. It's other useful kind of websites. I'll pull that one up first since you just covered it. This is the Every Legal Vote website. And it's doing the same thing in a sense, where all these orange ones are the ones that they have said that there was some voter fraud. And it kind of goes down and it shows you the check mark. It shows you the difference. The numbers. The craziest thing to me is I want you to look at, can I blow up Arizona a little bit? You see Arizona? Look at Arizona. 1,626,944 votes, Biden. 1,626,943 votes, Trump. One vote. Arizona is saying that Biden won by one vote. So, it kind of check marks the ones that it shows you. It's kind of along the similar lines. I'll share this with you guys as well. It's helpful to have multiple of these, I believe, like kind of pay attention to what everybody's saying. And also I read a John Solomon article. You know, he does he writes for Just the News. Trying to get this to everyone. It takes me a second. Gotta get wedge over here. It says that there's one dude that's dedicating his life to trying to track this stuff down, which is nice. You know, I hope so. I hope somebody's doing it. This right here ticks me off. I tweeted about this a couple days ago. This is called the TrumpAccountability.net. I don't know if you guys have heard this, but this is disgusting. Alexandra Occasional Cortex, AOC, which I'm not going to let her up. I'm going to call her AOC. Because she called the president sexist because he used it, even though she literally uses it as her Twitter tag. This is something they're trying to push. And anyone that supported Trump, worked for Trump, whatever, they're making a blacklist of people that they say they should hold accountable, meaning that not to help them find a job or support them or whatever. I mean, I think there's probably a law against a sitting congresswoman pushing out a blacklist to target American citizens based on their political views. I'm pretty sure that's a thing. This I'm going to share. It's the FBI.gov. This was the crimes against children. I'll get back to that. I'll put that at the end. Let's see. There is Stop the Steal. This is another one that they've come up with to try and give people the latest data on what's happening with the elections. I'll share this one as well. Paste. And this just, again, is going over the people that are tracking or trying to track what's happened in these states. And they were, I think, Velvet, was it Velvet out there that said, was it North Carolina Velvet? You'll have to look out there. But they said they couldn't believe that the governor won. They think that's why they called POTUS so early there, because it looks like they stole it from them. Somebody dropped this. Yeah, was it Sunday in D Live? I'm sorry, I can't remember who it was, but they dropped an American Thinker article. I was going to get to that, but it's awful long. But it talks again about the defective tallying votes, stuff like that. You probably already covered that. And then you're trying to wonder what they're trying to hide. Because, we always know we're watching a movie. The media is going to try and distract us. Everybody's covering the election. Wonder what's dropped in the last few days out beside the Biden laptop stuff. But then this comes out with the newly declassified documents showing Hillary may have set up the Russian hoax. We all knew that. Remember, they called us crazy conspiracy theorists and won't even let us say a letter of the alphabet without taking people off YouTube. I wonder why. I wonder what they don't want us to know. I have no idea. There's several people are writing about that declassification of what she did. And there's just a few of those. I want to buy this book, by the way. That's why I have The Russian Hoax by Greg Jarrett. I'm going to start following him. If any of you don't know much about him, maybe you do breaking, but he's got a website that he covers a lot of news that seems interesting. Yep. And I just stumbled onto him the other day. So again, guys, Greg Jarrett.
He's a contributor over on Fox, political analyst and that. But yeah, you're right. Like Hannity and several of them, they maintain their own websites and do their own articles. He's pretty decent, kind of like Todd Starnes was before he got kind of booted off with his radio show and that over on Fox as well.
Well, he wrote this book, which is my next one in my arsenal. I've been reading a lot lately, which is a relief for me. I used to love to read. I suggest all of you that used to love to pick up a book, do that now. Take your time down. It won't load after I shared it once. Well, there you go. Try and go directly on the internet, find it yourself. Use something other than Google. Try Bing or something. I use the Brave. Which helps block out kind of all the junk. But you can turn it off too. If you get to a website and you trust it, you can turn off the shield. I like Brave. I've used it for a long time. Bird gave it to me. And then again, it's more the whistleblower worked with Joe Biden at Obama White House. I mean, that's not a shock to anyone. Again, more like this again, the document dumped from the CIA whistleblower Parrott makes good on promise story of SEAL Team 6 and Biden's alleged involvement. This is all stuff going on in the news nobody's hearing about because we're paying attention to them trying to steal an election. So that's what I've been trying to pay attention to. And of course, we finally see Barr. Everybody's like, where's Barr? Where he finally poked his head out. Then you notice who got fired the other day. That's weird. Here's another one report in 353 U.S. counties, 1.8 million more voters registered than eligible citizens. Flackers did a really good short video on that where he showed people from the 1900s.
Before you go on that one,
go.
I want to touch upon the Barr bit for a second here because I heard an interesting theory based on an article. I think it was Joe M. that may have kicked this out, whatever his new handle is. Think back to what the 10 Days of Darkness was actually talking about in the postnet that we've gotten in the past. We've all tried to figure out what the 10 Days of Darkness actually mean. Maybe we've hit it, maybe we haven't. Maybe this is what was actually intended, where the DOJ actually has a 10-day window where they have to be kind of quiet and let the dust settle after the election. So it could possibly be that the DOJ is having to maintain a bit of silence until 10 days after the election here. And we'll see if the gloves actually do come off, say, maybe on the 13th. And we start to see perhaps some high-level arrests. Wouldn't it be interesting if we find out that, I don't know if you're going to hit this or not, but we know that creepy Uncle Joe, in his own words, about a week before the election, says we're running a big fraud here. I'm sure you guys remember the actual clip. I don't have it in front of me, but wouldn't it be interesting if they catch them in that trap? And in the meantime, we've seen some low-level arrests like the one down in Texas with 134 counts of fraud and that. They may still see some of that here in the next couple of days, but that would be huge if that indeed plays out that way.
Yeah, I've got a theory on that, and it's not rainbows and sunshine. I'll get there in just a second. But there's that. Then I just covered that. Then the Zuckerberg urged transparency into politics, but his election group spending remains shrouded. This is a good article if you're looking for where all this money that he dumped into these swing states, Mr. Not get involved into elections, election meddling that we've heard about for 4 years about Russia. And yet we have these big tech giants. He dumped $350 million $350 million. He routed it through a nonprofit center for tech and civic life to local election districts across the country. And he won't release the full list of where this money went or how much was sent. In this article, they did do this like kind of spreadsheet about the different counties that received money. Look who's on the list. Nobody to see here. Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Connecticut, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Illinois. It just keeps going on. I won't share this one because it's a Google Doc is really, really hard to share, but it is in this article that lists, see the link to the spreadsheet listing of some 2,500 localities. This is where we're not doing anything wrong here at Facebook. We're so on the up and up. We're not targeting anyone. We believe in fair elections. That's what they say. I'm going to drop that out there for you guys. Again, pay attention to where he's put this money. It's interesting, to say the least. Then administrative change in Wisconsin. You probably covered this. I had some of this pulled, but I know Breaking wanted to come on early to cover the the election meddling stuff. So, so I'm sure you covered that. I'll skip past it. And that's another poll watcher saying we had no input or they couldn't watch anything. We all know they were supposed to be 6 feet away. Some of them were kept 100 feet away. And this one's another interesting article. This is probably about who you were talking about earlier. This is what I was talking about, John Solomon. One-man mission to find voting fraud in the 2020 election or remove the taint. And this is him. Matt Bernard, a man who formerly worked as data chief and strategist for the Trump campaign, has launched an effort to investigate and uncover voter fraud. There's a couple of interviews he did with him on here, but this is what he pulled, and this is again from the 9th, so this is a couple days old. I tried refreshing it, but this is still what it has. This what it is, National Change of Address is the NCOA, and these are just what they preliminary counts from 2 days ago. There's 27,000 people asked for a change of address, 41 dead, 51,000 that asked for a change of address that apparently voted. And then 2,800 returned. So they got the mail-in ballots from these people that I guess are what even supposed to be at that address. So this one's interesting. You guys just go look for Just the News and you'll see what I'm talking about. It's pretty interesting to follow him. I pulled this up because everybody always talks about calling the White House or wanting to send something to the White House. I saw out in D-Live a while ago that someone said something about sending the letter and to the White House. I can't remember exactly what was said. It was something about how to address it, I believe. I saw that somewhere. But there is a number to call the White House, folks. And there's a switchboard. I mean, there you go. Call them. I would. Call your senator. GoFundMe, this is the guy that you just showed a video of, the postal worker that had blew the whistle with Project Veritas. People had started to GoFundMe for the guy. Guess what happened? Anybody want to guess what happened? Yeah, GoFundMe took his freaking fundraiser down. That's what happened. And they're not targeting people. Not at all. Not at all. And this is disturbing to me. I talked to Breaking about this, I believe, yesterday. Was it about this? There's an agreement with China and with Canada, and this was pulled. This is from 2014, and it talks about this secret agreement, the secrecy shrouded, the much delayed foreign investment promotion and protection agreement with China makes it hard for experts, let alone average Canadians, to figure out what benefits this country will seal from the deal. It's kind of like Obamacare. We can't tell you what's in Obamacare until we sign Obamacare. But it's and the reports I saw from a couple of days ago. I've been trying to. I should have took some more time to pull on it, but apparently Canada signed some agreement with China to bring in troops to Canada. That's not disturbing, especially considering that mine they found over in Alaska with uranium in it. We get 80% of our uranium from Canada, and now we found this massive mine of it in Alaska. And Trump was trying to work on opening that mine up so we're so less dependent on China. And now China's wanting to move military into Canada, apparently, from what I understand. So there's that was signed, and then they still don't know anything about it. See, this one, the new treaty allows China to sue Canada to change its laws. Guys, this is from 6 years ago. China can sue Canada to change its laws, and now they're bringing in military. Apparently, something to pay attention to. And today is,
that's like one of the tenets of the Trans-Pacific Partnership that they wanted to institute before POTUS came in. And of course, for those who don't know, the Trans-Pacific Partnership would have undermined the sovereignty of every nation that was a part of it, to where corporations could basically write the laws and make things favorable to them, up to and including the potential for lost sales and revenue.
and then it's what is it? Alexandra Occasional Cortex, which is one of the best Anon names ever. Says from Frank Gilstra's uranium mines. Yeah, we don't even, she did nothing wrong there. We just gave all that uranium to Russia, but apparently Trump is the one in the bed with Russia, not Hillary Clinton. But then this is a good story. I think, did you send this to me? No, I think I found this. Never mind. I found this on the Epoch Times. It says 100-year-old World War I carrier pigeon message capsule found intact in France. Isn't that crazy? More than a century after it was dispatched via carrier pigeon, a secret military message was found by chance in the Alsace region of northeastern France. Sorry, guys, if I said that wrong. The find, described as super rare, was discovered by a retired couple out for a stroll in September this year. The tiny aluminum capsule, around the size of a thimble, was spotted in a field and taken to the nearby Linge Museum. Inside the capsule was a message written in barely legible German on a kind of tracing paper. The message appears to carry the date 1910 or 1916. The First World War took place from 1914 to 1918. I just thought this was pretty cool. I mean, it's a message. It was the curator contacted a German friend to help him translate it. But the message read like this. I don't know. The Platoon Patov receives fire as they reach the western border on the parade ground. Platoon Patov takes up fire, retreats after a while. Crazy, huh? This is how there was no such thing as the satellite phones. They still use pigeons today, by the way. Most people don't know that. The carrier pigeons are still in use. Mike Tyson. It's a weird fact. Mike Tyson raises pigeons. Did you know that? Mike Tyson. His pastime. He raises pigeons and competitive pigeons.
I thought he just did tigers.
No, he's not in the tigers anymore. This man raises pigeons. Like, you look it up. It's crazy. He's gone over to different countries to figure out how they raise their pigeons. He's done it since he was young. It's nuts. It's, again, one of those kind of facts that I know that whatever. And then Hong Kong's pro-democracy lawmakers to resign en masse after Beijing unseats 4 of them. So why don't we hear anything else about Hong Kong anymore? Did Hong Kong just fall off the face of the earth? It says all 19 pro-democracy lawmakers in the opposition camp of Hong Kong's legislators said they will resign en masse after the local government disqualified 4 of them, following a resolution adopted by Beijing. The ruling coming from the China's central government simply reflects that Beijing, totally gave up on one country, 2 systems in Hong Kong, says Wu Chi-hua, chairman of the local Democratic Party, in a joint press conference with the pro-democracy lawmakers on November the 11th. He said that they will submit their letters of resignation to the Legislative Council, LEGO, president tomorrow. The former British colony has a unicameral legislature that is partially elected by geographical constituencies. Since the territory returned to Chinese rule in 1997, the chamber's majority has gone to the pro-Beijing camp. Sound familiar? Slide those people quietly in, one after another. Then you have a whole committee of AOCs and Ilhan Omar's. Anybody? This is what they do. This is what they do. And if I hear one more person say that George Soros didn't fund all this junk, I'm giving up. I can't help you. Open Societies, Media Matters, all these people funded. Yeah. Intelligence officials not interfacing with Biden because of lack of ascertainment. Did you see this one? Breaking, Spectre?
I don't think so.
I heard the report come out yesterday where the Democratic national media said that, oh, they're not telling Biden, that the intelligence officials are saying they're not talking to Biden, blah, blah, blah. And it says intelligence officials are not in contact with Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden's transition team because the General Services Administration hasn't made a final assessment of the 2020 election. I wonder freaking why.
Well, one might consider what somebody like Secretary of State Pompeo said in his address yesterday. Perhaps a little bit of a Freudian slip about a second term with POTUS. Does that all play into this as well? I don't know.
He came out and later corrected and said, whoever wins. But I told Breaking yesterday when he said it, I was like, who would know more than anything what's going on right now in the background with the election stuff? It might be Mike Pompeo. And he goes out with a smile on his face and be like, oh, it'll be a smooth transition into a second term presidency. That's not a slip. You don't say Trump instead of either or whoever. He knows exactly what he said. Twitter shouldn't tell us who to trust. This is paywalled, so I did not paywalled so I could hear that he is a shill. I don't need anybody to tell me that, but you're watching what's happening on Twitter. If you not watch what's happening on Twitter, look at freaking who the F is talking. That's me, dude. I'm talking. So if you're not seeing what's happening on Twitter, they're going through Donald Trump's tweets and tagging them. If you go on YouTube at the bottom of it, anybody that's covering election, it'll say that the AP has called the election for Biden, like the AP somehow tells Americans what to do or calls an election. The AP, and under every video covering this stuff. This is something that I don't know if Biden has realized, but his coronavirus advisor has argued that nobody should live past 75. Does Biden know that? Does Biden know that? This Ezekiel Emanuel, an oncologist and so-called bioethicist, recently joined a handful of other alleged experts on Joe Biden's COVID-19 advisory board. Together, they will help shape Biden's pandemic response. If he does, in fact, end up becoming president, the selection is highly concerning, though not surprising, coming from the anti-life party, as Emanuel went on the record in The Atlantic a few years ago declaring that life is not worth living after 75. I know a lot of 75-year-olds that might have a problem with that. My dad's 75. I got a problem with that. My dad can run circles around a lot of 40-year-olds I know. So who again is this dictator? All the people that said that. Go ahead.
I was going to say, so basically we should be coronating Kamala Harris by their own standards, right?
Well, here's the second thing. So this dude says 75. Sorry, folks. Is that what Biden was talking about? He was going to take care of coronavirus? Oh, now I see what's up with Linux and Minix. Yeah, dude, you can push back and you can say what, but I don't, whatever, dude. YouTube's blocking you, so I don't care. We're not blocking you, dude. YouTube's blocking you. So look at Biden's coronavirus task force member profited off lockdown policies he pushed. This dude thinks you shouldn't live past 75, and he's making a profit off of everybody being sick because he's running some kind of a consulting firm that's giving guidance to businesses on how to navigate the pandemic and do strict lockdown measures. That no one sees a conflict of interest here. First thing that POTUS did when he went into office is he stopped lobbyists. Okay, he said that lobbyists could no longer couldn't influence him or shouldn't be influenced in politics. So he doesn't take a dime from these lobbyists. He doesn't. But Biden's going to pull in somebody that thinks he should have already been 6 feet under, because I don't know if you know how old Biden is, but I don't think he'd make the cut. Then you got this guy all involved in the COVID stuff, making money off of it. And then you wonder why he's pushing for lockdowns or strict policies. There's no ethical complaints there. So it says Emmanuel worked as an advisor for a COVID-19 recovery consulting firm that provided guidance to businesses on how to navigate pandemic regulations as elected leaders begin lifting strict lockdown measures, according to the Washington Examiner. Again, this dude's making, hello, can we take the bias out of what's going on? SCOTUS starts hearing on Obamacare. Here's what you need to know. Did you carry over anything on the Obamacare stuff? Hello?
I did not know. Pure election.
Okay, so it says Kavanaugh joined the 7-2 majority in Barr versus American Association of Political Consultants. Oh, and there's that word again. Ruling that the Telephone Consumer Protection Act could be protected despite the exception for collection of government debts to the federal ban on cell phone robocalls, which could be severed from the act. What act are we talking about? Hang on a minute. I thought this was both Chief Justice John Roberts and Kavanaugh, perceived as conservatives on the Supreme Court, have previously argued for the doctrine of servability, which would allow Obamacare to survive even if the insurance mandate is ruled unconstitutional. So this is where it's talking about this telephone consumer protection deal. How about we not penalize people? How about this? How about you don't make people pay a penalty if they don't want to enroll in Obamacare because they like what they have or they can't afford the freaking premiums and the deductibles? And how about if you're going to force every American to carry Obamacare, you force the politicians to carry it? Because here's a little known fact. These politicians don't even have to have Obamacare. They don't have Obamacare. The same thing they're shoving down Americans' throats. They don't have Obamacare. So, of course, thank you, Clarence Thomas. If you've never seen a Clarence Thomas interview and you need some relief and some love in your life, President-elect Dutch. Listen, that's what I did on Twitter, by the way. I stole this from Salty last night. Salty said she stole it from Bryson. If you have a Twitter account, folks, I highly suggest that you do this. Oh, I have this pulled up for a reason. Preliminary analysis of target states complete. HQ. Oh, this is that guy on Twitter. So what I'm saying is follow that guy on Twitter. So I went on my Twitter account and I changed it to President-elect Laura A.K. Southern Comfort. So, but if the mainstream media can tell us who's the president-elect, then I think we should all be president-elects. So there you go. Just an FYI. If you want to become the president-elect, just go on Twitter. You can do it today. You're welcome. Congratulations, everybody that lives across the pond. You are now the president-elect of the United States of America. So anyway, just following this stuff that's happening with Obamacare, I don't want to hear like them pushing Obamacare down American citizens' throats when, again, the politicians don't have it or cover it. This glory hole of a person, this is her again coming out saying, Whoopi Goldberg, suck it up and accept election results like we sucked it up in 2016. Please show me the litany of times in the last 4 years that all these people accepted the freaking election. Anyone? How many times we heard about Russia, him being an illegitimate president, how he stole the election, how Russia helped him, sucked it up. If this is them sucking it up, I would hate to see them not sucking it up. Kamala Harris joke inserted there. Whoopi Goldberg is one of several co-hosts on The View. There's no View. There's a tunnel. Well, they should change the name of The View to The Tunnel. Erupted in anger on Monday as she attacked supporters of President Donald Trump, saying that they needed to suck it up and accept the results of the 2020 election, which has not been officially called, by the way. Remember? We don't have the results yet, Whoopi. Just like Democrats sucked it up and allegedly accepted the results of the 2016 election. Now I just want to bring something up right now. I want to say all those blah, blah, blah. That's what she said. I don't want to hear it. She basically says, suck it up. Grow the pear. Grow the pear for him that he can't grow for himself, she said, referring to the president, because this is ridiculous. Are you kidding me? This noted that there was never any evidence of Russia tampering with the tallies. This is 2 years in the Trump presidency. 67% of Democrat voters said that they believed there was definitely true or probably true that Russia tampered with the vote tallies in order to get Donald Trump elected. But yeah, they accepted the election. How many times have they tried to impeach him? How many things have you said come out in the media? I don't have to go over this with you guys. This is a joke, though. Now they're going to tell us to suck it up? I don't think so. And I pulled this up from I Watch Shaking My Head Productions. I don't normally do this, but I am going to show you a small, tiny clip. This goes back to COVID because I've been sharing it. I need to stop breaking. I'm going to share my audio, so there's your warning. This is alarming, to say the least. Look at the snicker and the look on this guy's face when he talks about this second pandemic coming and that, this one will get people's attention.
Also, could this be pandemic 2 that Bill Gates has previously talked about?
The idea of a bioterrorist attack is kind of the nightmare scenario because they're a pathogen with a high death rate would be taken. Now, the good news is...
Okay. A bioterrorist attack. And look at this dude's face. Does that look like someone that cares or concerned? This is the guy also that knocked the entire state of Florida.
Into depression. It's tough enough
Too late.
now.
Too
that
late.
Most of the work we're going to do to be ready for pandemic 2, I call this pandemic 1. Most of the work we'll do to be ready for that are also the things we need to do to minimize the threat of bioterrorism.
Okay, this is the important part. This is on another interview that he has done. And I want you to watch the face of him and his wife. It will go back and show you what they look like when these people bring this up. It is freaking disturbing and disgusting. So anyone that tells me they don't know what's happening or coming, okay, sure. These people are sick.
So we, we'll have to prepare for the next one. That, I'd say is will get attention this time.
Will get attention this time. Look at their faces right here.
We'll have to prepare for the next one. That, I'd say is will get attention this time. That, I'd say is will get attention this time.
I'm telling you, these people are freaking sick. I don't want to hear another word about this freaking COVID stuff. It's from a bat soup, or this is a bioweapon through and through. I don't care. They know when a second wave is coming. They know that this one's going to be more. How do they know that? How do they know that? And how many people are paying attention that today's Veterans Day? I mean, it's Veterans Day, but we're so consumed by politics in this election that I hope everybody stops to remember the people that actually sacrificed their life, and their family sacrificed a ton to try and fight for our freedoms. They thought they were fighting for our freedoms. Unfortunately, for the majority of them, they were just put in some kind of by-proxy war to go fight it for some elitists that didn't even care about their lives. That's the truth, unfortunately. But hopefully, if push comes to shove in this country, it'll be these people that actually do stand up for our rights, that they're slowly in the dark trying to strip away from us. So I want to say thank you for every veteran, every member of the active duty out there that actually have their boots on the ground and are trying to do something what they feel is the right thing to do. I'm not thanking the people of these warriors out here that go on air all the time talking about how people need to stand up and people need to do something, and people see something, say something. And when there's somebody's crapping in their own bed, they don't want to get involved in any of the drama. They need to keep their mouth shut because they don't want to stir anything up. Please do not tell me how you're going to stand up for your country when you can't even stand up for your friends. Because I don't want you standing next to me. I want you to be over the person next to the porta potty handing out the toilet paper. Because I don't want you standing next to me. If you can't stand up for the people that you're supposed to, have their back of, then please don't tell me how you're going to stand up for your whole country. No thanks. Sorry. And then here's this article about President Trump is seen for the first time since Sunday as he and Melania lead Veterans Day National commemoration at Arlington, while Joe and Jill lay wreath at Philadelphia Memorial. There's a whole lot of stuff. I do symbology and stuff. That's why I watch that shaking my head. It kind of tells a lot. Hat tip out there to all my symbology folks that Trump is in Arlington and Joe and Jill are in Philadelphia, the Twin Cities. George Floyd. Just saying. Some of you will get that. Censored. My censored. New York Times publishes treasonous op-ed calling for United Nations take over the United States. Again, this is stuff, guys, I think y'all need to pay attention to. Stuff that I might actually ask Breaking to go over and do a whole another little upload with me on some of this stuff. This article was dropped on October the 9th of 2020. Treasonous op-ed calling for United Nations to take over the United States. At the New York Times, America may need international intervention from the United Nations to effectively end U.S. sovereignty. End U.S. sovereignty? Opinion contributor Peter Beinart made the argument to give away the U.S. to foreign powers, exactly what the fake news hacks at the Times and other left-wing propaganda rags have argued for years that President Trump was trying to do with Russia. And all these people that come out here and call all these people conspiracy theorists and all this other crap that are saying this is what they're slowly trying to do, kiss my cheeks. Because if you're not paying attention, then don't come talk to me that this stuff isn't happening when they're writing about it in the New York Times. Oh no, whatever, just an opinion piece. No, it's happening. But except for the World Economic Forum's Great Reset plan for the food industry, I don't know. Which the food industry, that gets me to something else. I might skip over this because I'm running out of time. I might do this as a whole nother thing because it is alarming. This is a stuff again we're not paying attention to. I understand that the election is important. I understand that. Trust me, for this country, it's hugely important. But not paying attention to the other stuff going around us is just as alarming to me. And there's a lot of it. They call it the Great Reset. I know y'all have seen the articles about it. I know you have. Here's another one that somebody pulled from like the Time magazine, the Great Reset Slimeball edition for edification. There's another one that I think you sent me breaking about the globalist cloth swab world will never return to normal after COVID.
Yep, that was just out this morning. He's a Davos man.
Well, that's what I mean. And there's another thing. I'm going to say this too before Daddy comes in. If you have anything else you want to say. I've been watching it closely, and Rooster over at PSB, he's a trucker. I was married to a truck driver. So like that one video that's come out about all the truckers lining up on the interstate, that happens all the time on the interstate. If you know a truck driver, married to a truck driver, kin to a truck driver, if you know what it looks like at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning on the interstate, and they run into some kind of construction zone, it is nothing to see, dozens and dozens of truckers lined up on the interstate. That happens every day, all the time here in this country. But this thing about the stop the tires or whatever, that the truck drivers are coming out saying that they're going to protest and stop delivering. I think it's like at the end of November. I just want to know why. Oh, thanks, Donna Mustang Girl. You're so sweet. So sweet. I'm going to take that thing if I had the room. D-Live, she just posted, we love you on your channel. If you think about it, I don't understand. I don't understand why they're doing it now, because this is still Trump's presidency. It's still his economy. I would understand if they come out and everybody tries to call it for Biden, right? And then Biden's inaugurated. But right now, the only people that is going to hurt is the Trump's economy, right? Or am I wrong about that? Yeah, I don't understand that.
I mean, I don't. In one sense, I see what they're trying to do to force the hand, but at the same time, yes, it's probably going to be more harm than good. So I don't know.
Like I would totally get it if they called it for Biden and it was after Inauguration Day, and they're like, "No, we're not doing this." But like now, it's still
after
Trump.
Inauguration Day is too late. The whole premise of the stoppage is to recognize the fact that the truckers are not going to accept the fraud that is being perpetuated via the media, via the big tech and everybody else, and coronating somebody who is not rightfully the president. I don't, like I said, I don't care that Fox, ABC, NBC, all them rallied behind us. The top 7 that Twitter says are the purveyors of the truth, and nobody else will be accepted because we will label you. It doesn't matter. There is a process that's to be followed, a constitutional process that has to do with the Electoral College. So, Whoopi Goldberg, if you want to suck it up, that's what you suck it up, because you rely upon the fact that most of the populace is ignorant about civics and how our president is actually elected. It's the very same thing that you guys tried to get your various states out west to do in getting rid of the Electoral College and strictly relying upon the popular vote, just for the simple fact that back in 2016, HRC won the popular vote, but yet Trump won. How is this possible? Well, we got to do away with that nasty little thing called the Electoral College. No, our framers are absolutely freaking brilliant in that regard.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. I would understand if they called it for Biden, but they're not calling this election for Biden right now.
Yes, they are.
You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? No, who cares? I'm not. I'm saying this election is not being called for Biden. If they're paying attention to the media does not dictate the Constitution. They're not the ones that can call this election.
The point is,
I,
how many people watch TV versus actually get out on these channels and research and dig for themselves? I would venture to say if any one of us were to go out in our respective areas, out to a local Walmart or Target or any big box store, 90% of the folks you interview are probably going to tell you, oh, President-elect Biden, President-elect Biden. Well, why do you think that? Well, the media told me. That's what they said on TV or that's what they said on the radio.
yeah, I just want to make something really, really clear right now because I don't want my words to get mixed up with you or anyone else. I believe that it is crucial that the American people stand up and make everyone else realize that we're the ones that make up, and we're actually everywhere in the world, that we as the people are what makes the wheels turn in these countries. It's us that manufactures the product. It's us that delivers the product. It's us that does. We're the ones that keep these economies afloat and stuff by the jobs that we do. I totally understand that. That's not what I'm arguing about here. What I'm saying to you though is even with your using your own reasoning is that they're not paying attention to the media. That's all the more reason why I'm saying what they're doing does not make sense to me.
Yeah.
Like, I would wait for them to try and actually steal this election and say, okay, everybody, the investigations are over. It is going to be him. And then say, no, we're not going to put up with this. We're not going to do this because they could do this. And in 2 weeks afterwards, the election be called for Trump.
Well, and of course, again, keep in mind they wheel out their mouthpieces. Just yesterday, ex-CIA chief under Obama urges palace coup against Trump so he doesn't declassify everything. And so, we've seen people like Donald Trump Jr. say, you know what? If this is the dirty tactics they're going to try and play to steal the election, then by God, declassify everything. And so who do they wheel out? None other than Brennan, the mouthpiece, and say, well, we're going to just entertain a coup to prevent him from doing that. Well, no shit, Sherlock. They've been under one constant coup from before the election in 2016 ever took place. It's just multiple facets of the said coup. They're not going to stop. They have too much at stake.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. That's what I wish that. And listen, again, I was married to a truck driver, a flatbed hauler, a long road hauler. He was gone all week. I get the sacrifices made. I get that truckers are the unsilent people, especially in this country, has to be in the other countries, that are why you have food to eat on your table. People undersell truckers all the time. Trust me, they do. And then seeing the people on the interstate that don't understand that they have sometimes thousands of pounds behind them, and the people that cut them off and then slam on their brakes, just understand that truck drivers are not driving a little Fiat. Okay, they're driving thousands of pounds of a load behind them. Please and if they're flashing their lights or they need to get over, let them over and flash your lights to let them know that they're clear so they can get over. But that stuff like that. So I get it, man. I get the importance of truck drivers. Again, I was married to one and helped raise his son while he was gone the majority of his life. But that's what I just wish that they would maybe they would be woken up to the fact that this election has not been called. It has not been called. So because they're going to make a huge sacrifice if they're going to shut down as many days as they're talking about shutting down for their families and themselves to do this, which is commendable, which is awesome. I just wish that they would do it for the right time, at the right moment.
But to that point as well, think of who is prepared versus who is not prepared. Even before the whole COVID shenanigans played out, the scamdemic, how many people were actually prepared? Probably many of us. Many of us on the conservative side probably have rations and provisions to get us, 30, 60, 90 days out, if not more. Who are the ones that are not prepared? The people in the cities. So that being said, if supplies aren't being delivered to the cities, what's going to happen? They're going to be the ones that are crying foul. The very same people who own and run the blue cities, states, et cetera, et cetera. So it's an interesting strategy. We're going to have to keep tabs on it, but I would venture to say probably the smartest thing you could possibly do right now is make sure you have enough to get through 30, 60, 90 days worth.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing too. I'm glad that you mentioned. And if this does happen, and I've been a prepper for a long time, but for sure, because trust me, if truck drivers are going to shut down for 2 weeks, that's what amazes me. People will walk into Walmart and be like, "Oh my God, this place has got enough food for like 3 months." Go to Walmart at 2:00 in the morning when they're restocking the shelves from that day. You'll understand the importance of truck drivers.
Yeah.
It is. It is. Trust me, it ain't like it's an endless supply on the shelves. I promise you that. Those guys are driving every single day,
Well,
usually long hauling.
let me quick bang through these while we wait for Dee Dee to jump aboard
Yeah.
here over on the boards before showtime today. Gab Post says Hannity was supposed to have Dominion IT lady on last night, but canceled at the last minute. Apparently, Fox must suffer from the same thing that we do, a little too hot for YouTube. Apparently, some things must just be a little too hot for Fox to put out to the masses. I don't know. A reminder, Richard Jewell's attorney was none other than Lynn Wood. And where is Lynn Wood? Well, I think we know where that particular attorney is. Dominion, Smartmatic, Sequoia, it's all becoming a curiously related blur. Yeah, funny how that all melds together, right? It's all connected. General Flynn's father-in-law, Franklin Andrews, apparently the Anons doing some digging on that. The Georgia Secretary of State to hold presser shortly. Again, this was about an hour and a half ago before I started, so don't know exactly what transpired out of that, if they are indeed going to go for the recount there. I think that was likely the case. Code Monkey Z trying to figure out what a split rotation is and why you would want to enforce a maximum deviation on it. Not sure what is going on there, but more Code Monkey. What are the odds Microsoft is quote unquote helping out with the election in Detroit? Warren Flood is tight with Barry and Biden. Oh, isn't that convenient? Previous bread vote fraud bundle. Apparently, the Anons are doing a good job of keeping tabs and all that, much the same as some of us on the outside of the boards. Live, President Trump and the First Lady participate in the National Veterans Day observance. We covered that a little bit here. Bo Biden Foundation for Protection of Children partner with darktolight.org and talk about a play on words or whatever the heck you want to call that ridiculousness. Candidate name rotations. Not sure what is going on there. Not sure if it's the same warehouse from whence the laptop and memory sticks were stolen. I think in recent days here we saw that there is a second laptop of Biden's floating around out there as well. Too bad we don't have the Dominion source code review. These types of things should be open source to everybody, can poke through it. Why do we have black box elections? It's a very good question. Of course, many of you might recall the guy who stood in front of a court probably back around 2000 talking about these things. Even back before 2016, there was a blackboxvoting.com or blackboxvoting.org or something along those lines. Gail talking about fraction magic and how they marginalize your vote. One vote could potentially only equate to 1/10 of a vote by the time they get done manipulating things. Let's see. Also, Department of Defense live Veterans Day wreath laying on the tomb of the unknown soldier at Arlington Cemetery. Yep, we saw a little bit of that. Says it's Maynard G. Krebs, not Maynard C. All right. Flynn talking about Dominion software, kind of non-embed, please. All right. So, yes, it appears that Dominion software seems to be the talk of the day, at least in regards to what is going on around the elections here. And that pretty well rounds out what is going on the boards. And I see that Dee Dee is in house. How we doing?
Hello. Have you missed me?
I've been worried about you. You never not answer me on my DMs on Twitter, and you didn't like for 2 days. And I'm like, so I know you were still posting stuff. So I was like, all right, he's all right. But your silence scares me sometimes. I'm like, is he okay? Because I know what you're out there doing, which is, people don't realize how much, danger you could be putting yourself in by covering the stuff that now you have the badge to cover.
Yeah, well, again, and I don't like the badge very much, but they're about to get a slap on the wrist from the courts if they continue along them lines. But just to let you know, apologies, I never got back to you. What happens is I click on the message.
You did. You did.
I did get back to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, eventually.
But by the way, real
Okay.
quick, while we got a little pause, I do want to thank the folks over on D Live for the contributions and all the diamonds, lemons, everything coming through today. A couple of our top contributors so far, Suji and Puppycat01. Appreciate you guys tuning in, and those who are subscribing over there. Definitely thank you to those folks getting us over the curve and getting us up here close to the next tier.
Yeah, let me do that. I was gonna do that at the end when I also played my Constitution 1A video, but yeah, and Donna Mustang. See, I can't do it. I have to do Sunny, Go Dog Go, Tony, Be Lucky, Kodiak, is that Mix Pick 69? Oh, Mix Pick 69. Homeless Handyman. Well, I hope you're not homeless handyman and then giving us lemons. You save that for yourself, hon. But since Sunny has been crazy with her giving people subscriptions, which has been freaking amazing, which leads me to our partner program. When we did that show with Sunny that day, we had like 19 subs. Dude, Patriots thingy, because I don't normally care if people come in with their own opinions, but you're not going to spam a chat room, bro. You're out of here. So anyway, so when we started Sunday, we had like 19 subs. And when we ended that show, I had to go back and look and am I seeing this correctly? We have like 66 subs. We picked up all those subs in that one show. I was floored by that. So the only thing that we had, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. I don't even care, D-Live. I got to show my people what I'm talking about. If you see here, there's like a partner thing that you have to do. You have to reach these different goals. See, this is the only one that we lack. So we got to do what is it? 5, 6, 8 more streams. This one will count as one. So I think that'd be 7, I hope. And then so we have this, we qualify for this minimum 20. No, we have 66. And then we have 15 hours. We've done that. So we don't have this one more. And then we get to verified partner. And honestly, the thing I'm most excited about is when you get verified partner, your treasure chest will fill up 50 times faster. And that's for you guys. That's the treasure chest I can do it to you guys. And I'm saying that really quickly. Let me say this. We are a smaller channel. To all the people that tell me to release the Kraken, because that's why I call it another D-Live term of service. You're not supposed to announce when you do that. I don't dump it when we have right now 37 lemons in it. I'll wait until it actually has a substantial amount. So when I open it, it gives it out to, gives people at least a few lemons, not just like 1 or 2. And the OGs in there, the people you see with the green wrenches, Suji, Puppycat, those guys know I've always done it that way. I used to even ask them, do you guys want me to open it? They'd be like, no, Soko, hang on. But I'm noticing a trend happening in D-Live where these people in chat are like demanding, open the chest, open it. Oh, I'm like, oh my God, is this like starting to be mob mentality? I'm not doing it here until we have a few in there. So it might not be every day because I want people to feel the lemons. I think Puppycat one time got like over 100 lemons because I opened it up. That's better than 3. You know what I'm saying? So so thank you everyone that's done that. I was shocked by the sub count that one day. It to go from 19 to 62. It's like, oh, and that came from Sunny, and then Arrow Bobot did a lot of given that day. I was shocked by it. So thank you all for the subs. That's crazy, but we appreciate it. I love the Kraken saying for the truck. Really, yeah, exactly. I try to think of a way to say it other than the way I'm not supposed to say it. And that's it. Thanks for bringing that up, Breaking, so I could take over and say it all.
Perfect.
Yeah, you're welcome. And I'm going to show this. Go ahead, Daddy.
Don't run off yet. Just do you want to give a very quick rundown for anyone who's English or Scottish or Welsh or Irish who's just jumped on the channel with what your opinion is with the States and what's going on? We know that there's, is it Dominion? Was that the program?
Yep.
It's tabulator.
Yeah, Dominion is the voting system that was primarily used for a lot of the states. If you saw the Sidney Powell clip in that here in recent days, talking about Operation Scorecard and boy, it just slipped my mind here. Hammer. Project Hammer, Operation Hammer, all of it plays. It's all software and that runs on these systems where obviously the vote tallies and that change in real time, shift from one candidate to the other. Supposed to be an algorithm and that runs behind the scenes, not to be noticed. The vote shifting and that, a lot of these voting machines are not to be on the internet. They're supposed to be on a local intranet, and that was not the case. And of course, this all just so happened to coincide around the time that places like Michigan and Georgia had these quote unquote glitches. Kind of like the ones we see in the stock market periodically, where a lot of these brokerage houses glitch and go down.
Yeah.
The algos run the world, my friend.
No, well, let me tell you something. We was actually talking about this 18 months ago. One on Patriot Soapbox and two on my channel. I done an hour's video on the hammer and discussed all that. So again, people can see that in detail and some of the ways in which they can use it. It looks like that's all going to come to light. And again, just to give people confidence, I'm going to say this. I've said it a million times, but I'll say it again. Trust the plan. God wins. And I can tell you that President Trump is one of God's people. And I honestly believe with all of my heart and my prayers that he has been sent for us to assist us in taking this world back from the globalists, and we will succeed. But President Trump asked for prayers, and everyone should pray for him and for the United States of America.
Well, and everyone around the country, Daddy, for you guys too, and for the folks in Ireland, and for everything that's going on. Because it's in America, we're trying to push back, and you have people that, we have the Second Amendment here. But over in these other countries, yours, Gran Torino's included, the Dutch, you want to talk about not having any rights at all, or even be under the breaking, will say, auspice of where we think we have rights. Over there, it's 10 times worse.
Yeah.
So pray for everybody, not just America, for everyone around the world that's a patriot and that sees what's happening.
And remember this, everyone. The only reason they want to take your guns off you is because they know they're going to do something that you'd want to shoot them for. That's the first thing. The second thing is fairly obvious. Yeah. Guns are your natural right of defense. And remember what Jesus said on the Last Supper: sell your cloak and buy a sword. Right? Remember that. It is part of the Christian tradition to protect ourselves.
Yeah, and before we jump out, I'm going to do this for Constitution 1A, who made this amazing video for us months ago. And because I lost all my comms and my links and stuff, I had to. He's busy, so I had to wait to get a good link back to him. And this is just how if you like what we do and contribute to the channel, this is something that Constitution made for us a while back, and I'm going to share it. So I'm sharing my audio. Warning, guys, it's a minute long, and then we'll leave you alone to do your show.
We'll see you guys. Take care.
This is how you can help 5x5. Become a Patreon. You can do that and select pretty much any membership level that you like at patreon.com/5x5_network. Send cash or check to Laura with 5x5 in the memo to P.O. Box 234, Summitville, Tennessee 37382. You can also send us a tip with Stream Elements, which is PayPal, at streamelements.com/5x5network/tip. Help us out on DLive with lemons, ice cream, diamonds, and more. Visit dlive.tv/5x5. Of course, you can always send us super chats on YouTube. Just click that $sign when you're chatting. You're going to need to be signed in. Every time you click like, share, and comment on our content, you are really helping us beat the algos. Thank you very much for that. With your help, we will continue to stand up to the lies, corruption, and suppression. United we stand, divided we fall.
I love that. He's so good. He did such a good job. So again, hat tip to Constitution that made it that for us several months ago, and he's done like 4 versions. He's just such a sweet guy. All right, with that, Daddy, I'm getting out of your way. Have a great show. I will see you guys. I'm gonna let my dog out, and I will see you guys in chat. All right, Daddy.
Bye.
Tell us what's going over in the UK. We've been swamped by this election stuff. We need to know what's going on in the rest of the world.
Okay, no problem. I will do.
Bye, Daddy.
Bye.
Bye.
Well, everybody, so what I was going to do tonight is show you 2 elements of what went on today. I'm not sure how long that one went on for, but what I could do is bring this up on the screen here and then zip through so you can see what we was doing today. Hopefully I can bring this out. So we've got a number of veterans here today. Let me just see if I can bring this back up for you. Here's the police liaison coming towards us. Hang on a minute. Let me share this. This is on my channel, so this is good to share. There you go. Hopefully you're going to be seeing that on the screen now. Touch wood. Let me make sure I've got everything switched on. I've shared the sound, and hopefully you should be able to hear this. Right.
Vaccinating frontline people. So that's all well and good. If you drink dirty water, that's secure for dehydration. But over a period of time, drinking up, it's going to make you very.
As far as I'm concerned, it's never been done before.
Also, I had a chat with a guy who was in Iraq, and he was telling me when I was on the way down here on the phone that
right, just to let you know, what I'm going to do with this tomorrow is bring it in and enhance the sound slightly. This was done with an iPhone with a standard mic. It just means I've got to bring it into some software and enhance the sound slightly and clean up any white noise on it. But what I am going to do is go to the position, hopefully, before we go on to that. Just show you this bit. They're not allowing you to exempt yourself. Trying to get to the bugler.
$5 seconds. Nope.
grow not old as we are left that grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. Okay. Let's deliver the letter, haven't we? He would have served in the rig.
I'm going to skip through some of this, obviously, because the whole video goes on for an hour. But there's some other stuff after that that we, and obviously we got a number of veterans here, and then you got Simon Bean over there. Dean was to the left. There's some other people that didn't want to be in the video for various reasons. But these people just ignored us. I could tell you some funny bits of that today.
Who's the NCO? You are not the NCO. You're not in charge of the guard.
You're not.
Okay? The guard has a senior NCO in charge. We want the senior NCO. Thank you. You're just standing there being obnoxious. It's stupid. We want the senior NCO.
The very sad thing is that is all about protection.
Don't worry about protecting them. They're not interested. They're stupid. He's got a senior NCO who's in charge. You should be getting him. He cannot stop the gate.
This is about making.
This is about. I wouldn't even let anything in the gate then.
Yeah.
They need to go and get who he's asking for.
And it's making him personally responsible, which is no longer used.
Yeah, just saying that we're not.
You're preventing nothing. This is peaceful. We are being peaceful. This is obnoxious. After 23 years of serving, I know what he has to do. He should get the guard commander. He has not got the guard commander, therefore he's not doing his job.
Is there no way that it can be deleted by
No. Someone comes and collects it.
Done in person.
What kind of a soldier is that? Stand over.
Graham, we've got real cops coming over here.
For who?
We've got the real cops coming over here, not the police liaison, so can you get that?
We're veterans and women. We are veterans and we're ex-serving soldiers.
Bum, bum.
No,
Now they've sent some police officers over who are actually coming out of their area.
As soon as somebody takes that off, we'll go.
We're not creating this issue.
We haven't even had a conversation.
Do some.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
That's all right, listen, forget it. There's nothing happening that's worth talking about. All right.
You're happy, Fee?
The day is not out here right now. I'm amazed.
You got a sergeant major there,
having been in his shoes, having done his job.
Yeah, sergeant major there. 340 views, mate.
By the way, we take care of the
Vaccination.
Can you give your adjutant a call and just ask your adjutant if you fancy pop? We're not the enemy. You're the mod plod, aren't you? Come and have a conversation, for God's sake. Blimey. Served 30 years to be ignored by our own kind at the front gate. I find that incredible. You're the MOD police, aren't you? Come and have a chat. I don't get it. I really don't get it.
Just try and get another friend.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm amazed. When you've got the MOD police stood there, clearly must have an understanding of the law within an MOD setting.
All the stuff. To Google telephone, can you Google Litchfield News telephone number? Can you do it on this phone here for her? Yeah. Just get any of them. Even then, just start the Daily Mail. Maybe he could deliver it for you. Yeah. No, that's fine. But I mean, this is the thing. I've got all auto, so I should have last night. But I think so. Just don't see.
I'm making sure not to get number plates. Don't worry.
You've been served, job done.
The fact that he's not receiving it personally is irrelevant.
That's it.
Well, you can send it.
Who we got here?
Okay, it's a bit late now.
Any chance of a conversation?
There we go. Go over there. Go over there. Graham.
Any chance that we could just hand a letter to you?
This is the regimental sergeant major and his stick coming out more or less saying that we're causing a security problem.
For the Surgeon General it's addressed to, so it wouldn't have implications for you personally. I know what you're saying. Can we just leave it in that guard box there then?
Hey, RSM, you do know that we're actually part of what you stand for, right? You do know that, don't you? Say again? Hey, RSM. You do know that we're veterans, right? I mean, I served 30 years. Well,
he said basically you're causing a security problem.
Can you explain to me, RSM, why we're breaching security?
No answer. Funny that.
No better than anyone, they won't take a package, will they?
He's got no balls.
And you know that we're not here to do anything other than deliver.
Yeah,
this is a really important document.
Absolutely.
You know, because this literally is about protecting our troops down the line. Yeah. Because I work in mental.
So I'm going to stop it there and just say to everyone, the police were actually quite amicable, and I have noticed a massive difference to what I would describe as non-city police. Now, there's a reason for that. Manchester and Liverpool are basically, and especially Manchester, is an EU regionalised mayor situation, the same as London. Now, again, London is a city under occupation. And people in America need to understand that. Sadiq Khan has control of the police force, and it's possibly the reason why they cancelled a trip with President Trump to London, bearing in mind that Sadiq Khan was under investigation by MI5 for visiting his friends who just happened to be jihadists. And that was in a Category A prison. He was placed under surveillance, and again, I've got the documents to prove that. I've stood up at the O2 and shouted that out, that Sadiq Khan is a jihadist and his friends are jihadists, and you was under investigation by MI5, and now you're the mayor of London. Can you believe that? So,
health and all the. We also want it known that it was never a protest.
Yeah.
It was me individually delivering this to the Surgeon General. But clearly the regimental only officer or the only officer of the day hasn't just got the spine to come out and talk to us.
So Mick has clearly stated this is not a protest, right? In effect, you could call it, first of all, you had the first section, which is a remembrance service that we had outside the gates of the barracks, which was respectful. Secondly, this is a service of a legal document that I refused to take. It's fairly obvious to the courts that it was there. It's now being posted. We hope recorded delivery or first class post, and or both. You can do it. And it's important to note that Mick has just said to the police of this is not a protest. Right now, under the Bill of Rights, if you like, what Mick is putting forward there can be termed as a petition, because it's a statement of fact, and there is tort liability for what the Surgeon General is doing under English law. And it's very important to understand. Now, there's another video that I want to briefly show you, and it's really important. Now, tomorrow I'm going to do all the editing, uploading, enhancing, etc., and you'll see everything else with it. But let me just click back a second to my main screen. Hopefully, you can all hear me and see me still. I'm going to check and make sure that you're all seeing that. Touch wood you can. Let me have a look. Yeah, you can all see it. I'll take it. Am I getting a 5p5 that you can see and hear me still? I'll tell you for why, because my internet is flashing like a good one. Right, I finally got rid of that idiot. Right. Let me go from here. Oops, caps, center photo. I need to go and find something else here, which I'm doing now. 2 seconds and I'll be with you. Let me have a look. So that one's there. I'm trying to find the actual video. There is another video which I'm going to show you now. 2 seconds and we'll bring it up. Here we go. And by the way, the person I just banned is a troll. There was a troll on my site, a troll on another site, and he keeps returning as a troll, right? There is no turning him. He's just a nasty bit of work, and he's gone. Right, history. Here we go. I'm going to show you something else. Right, hopefully.
You'll notice...
I'm going to bring this one over to you as well, and we'll put it on the screen. There's a particular thing that I want to show people, and this is an older video copy. And you really want to watch this video from probably 30 minutes in. I'm going to paste a whole lot over to you. Touch wood, you've got it there. Here it is, and I just want you to start to listen to what he says. Here we go. Share sound, screen free, share, and I'll play this.
Step is the Firearms Act in 1920. This is Lloyd George's government in the post-Great War period. Lloyd George had a number of conflicting concerns, I suppose. Not least of which have been rebellion in Ireland. The Great War saw something like 27 royal families made redundant, 4 empires collapse. He was quite nervous about losing his job, and the object of the 1920 Firearms Act was to make sure that only friends of the government had firearms. Working out who his friends were is probably a bit more difficult. During World War I, the government gave away captured German rifles, captured German machine guns and captured German field artillery to the population as inducements to buy war bonds. So if you bought enough war bonds, you got a free rifle. The 1920 Act again creates the requirement to hold a firearms certificate. The debate in the House of Commons at the time indicated that the firearms certificate did not impede your right to keep and bear arms. It had no impact on defence. Certificates were not retrospective, and a number of occupations, principally occupations, were exempted from the need to hold the certificate. People like night watchmen, security guards, bank officers, post office. people that generally were already carrying revolvers in the ordinary course of their duties. The Security Corps guards shot one of Freddie Furlong's gang dead in 1961 when they tried to raid one of the armoured vans. Post office staff were still carrying guns in the 1970s. So 1920 Act didn't make a lot of difference, but it did create the requirement to hold a certificate. 15 years later, the positions changed somewhat. Firearm certificates are becoming more the norm. And it wasn't that the exemption was not being recognised, it was simply easier to have a firearm certificate to buy the ammunition, because that was also part of the regulation. So a lot of people took to putting their firearms onto the certificate simply to make the bureaucratic process of buying things like ammunition simpler. Policing went the other way somewhat. There were several amnesties in the 1930s. There was a fairly concerted effort to get the public to hand unused guns in. And then comes 1939, there was a fairly dire shortage of small arms with which to equip the local defence volunteers when they came about. So during the Second World War, every commissioned officer was issued a revolver. They largely seem to have managed to flunk out on the training. You know, the training courses were at Warminster, and nobody, a lot of them don't seem to have gone there, but nevertheless they were carrying their revolvers. You'll notice Field Marshal Montgomery, you will not find a picture of him either armed, you know, wearing or carrying a gun. You know, he didn't like them. Now, after the Second World War, 1968 Firearms Act is a somewhat tightening up. In 1972, a police committee recommended a further tightening up of what civilians could hold, which became eventually the Firearms Act in 1988 after the Hungerford murders. In 1998, Mike Burke applied to the Home Office for an authority for a prohibited weapon, and he was refused as a matter of policy. So he appealed to the High Court, which refused his appeal on the grounds that the Firearms Act impliedly repealed the Bill of Rights. 2002, in the Metric Martyrs case, Lord Justice Laws said that there were ordinary statutes and there were constitutional ones, and an ordinary one could not impliedly repeal the Constitution. If it was repealing a constitutional act, it had to say so on its face. None of the Firearms Acts say anything about repealing the Bill of Rights, so they don't have any impact on it. So taken together, Mike Burke's case and the Metric Martyrs case are clear that the Bill of Rights still exists. I put this into a book in 2011, Does the Trigger Pull the Finger? No one has objected. No one's come back and said I was wrong. In 2014, we challenged the Scottish Government on the subject of is there implied repeal in Scotland, and they came back and said exactly what my book says. So either they've read my book or there is no implied repeal, and your right to keep and bear arms is still absolute.
Two more minutes. I'll ask my wife to stand up. Okay? Yeah. And what have you got? Your spray? Right.
Sadly, since this video, John Hirsch's wife has died, and that's why John wasn't around for a little while. Obviously, he was grieving for a very long time. So God bless his wife and rest in peace. Tina.
She's got a self-defense spray, a red dye spray, and she's got full authority for her to carry it in her left hand. Can you see at the back? It's a British passport. It's a British passport, okay? Thank you, Tina, sit down, okay? Trust me on this. The Home Office put up a document called Firearms Law Guidance to the Police. And when I was a policeman, at one point, I was issuing firearms certificates, or doing the paperwork for issuing firearms certificates. It was reissued last year. And here's what it says on this topic. You see that? Firearms for personal protection. Applications for the grant of a firearms certificate for the applicants or another's protection, or that of premises, should be refused on the grounds that firearms are not an acceptable means of protection in Great Britain. Who said so? How many think that firearms aren't an acceptable means? Put your hands up. Who wants to be armed? It's more or less everybody. Well, it's about half, isn't it? Yeah, okay. To be fair, it's about half, isn't it? Yeah. This is a politician talking, and the politician talking was Roy Jenkins, the Home Secretary, 1969, later found to be a German agent. Later found to be a German agent. Now, it was immediately appealed. A man called Sir Richard Greenley has got a big house in Essex, in the country, and he's got a 2.5 auto, which is a small gun, but it's his choice. A 2.5 auto for defending his property, as it happened, his certificate came up for renewal after three years when this instruction came out to the Chief Constable. Sir Richard Greenley goes to court, and the Court of Appeal says, this is nonsense, of course you can have arms for defence. So we've got a judgment as well, so trust me on this. It's been the view of successive governments for many years that the private possession and carriage of firearms for personal protection is likely to lead to an increase in levels of violence. Taking away firearms from people has meant we've got the highest level of violent crime in the Western world. But it's not done with firearms, it's done with fists and feet and edge weapons and clubs. It's still done because we've taken away the only tool to defend. Okay, so if you do a web search for crime statistics, you'll find that the UK has a very high, Scotland has higher actually, because we took away the tool of self-defence. This principle should be maintained in the case of applications from representative banks, firms protecting valuables. That's what Richard was referring to. It used to be, if you were the managing director of a bank, you'd have a cabinet of revolvers, and if money needed to be transferred and placed around, you'd issue them to the senior clerk and what have you. That sort of thing. Richard, in fact, worked for the post office in the 70s, and he was trained to use a pistol in regard to transactions of money. How many people knew about that? Hardly anybody, yeah? Hardly anybody. Remember what Blackstone said? Ignorance leads to pusillanimous indifference, doesn't it? Well, let's not be pusillanimous about this. Let's not be pusillanimous about this. A person who's fit to have a firearms certificate, in other words, they're not mad or bad, if they want, they should get it. If they want, should get it, and it's only policy that's stopping you. Okay? So if everybody were to apply to their Chief Constable for a firearms certificate that wants one, what would happen? We'd get a test case, is the bottom line, isn't it? Well, we've got the test case, we've got Sir Richard Greenley. What happens currently is, if you've got a firearms certificate and know about this, because the community of firearms certificate holders knows about this, has known about it for years, what happens is the police come around and revoke your certificate because you're suddenly a danger to the peace, because you want to defend yourself. And what we've done, what Richard's done for many years, is research this topic, and there's his book. Okay, £10 a time, well worth having. It could save your life one day. Right, any questions about what we've spoken about?
Right, so I'm going to come back to my main screen. I'm going to surprise you all. There's a shock for you. Danny Dragon's got the book. Does the trigger, pull the finger, right? Again, great book. And yes, I have read that. I've also got More Guns, Less Crime, John R. Lott Jr., which gives you all the statistics. One of the reminders to everybody tonight watching this is that you have the right to keep and bear arms in England. You have that right. Your English passport is your firearms certificate. And if you watch the whole of that video, you'll notice that at the beginning of it, they talk about me taking the government to court with reference to that. Now, we've got a different situation, and that is that there is a constitutionalist party that upholds the Constitution as a party, and it's called the English Democrats. And they are putting forward, and we want people to stand up in all of the counties, and especially in Hull and Hertfordshire, etc., Humberside. We want people to stand up and step forward. You can be anything you want. You haven't got to have any history with the police at all, apart from having absolutely no blemish on your record. But we need people to stand as the police and crime commissioners, because we have now put in the English Democrats manifesto as constitutionalists the right to keep and bear arms. So the police and crime commissioners are elected. If they're English Democrats, they will then tell the Chief Constable that you shall issue firearm certificates for self-defence. You shall issue. So we are in effect giving you back and reversing the policy, not the law, the policy of the British government to disarm the English nation. And if you vote us in, promises made will be promises kept. And again, Mr. Tilbrook and others out there, and especially the veterans, you need to be listening to us, right? We're not the bad guys. For 18 years, the British have oppressed and suppressed the English Democrats. And in the same way as the mainstream media are vilifying President Trump, you can see the venom and the absolute fear of President Trump. Well, the English Democrats have suffered that for 18 years, and we are not racist. We are not, swivel-eyed loons. We are constitutionalists, exactly the same as President Trump and many, many people, our brothers and sisters in the United States of America. So I want everybody to understand that we have the right to keep and bear arms. It is an ancient right and custom. It pre-existed the Bill of Rights. You can see your own Supreme Court judge mention the Bill of Rights and where the right to keep and bear arms comes from, England and the English Bill of Rights. But it also goes back further. And again, that video explains that information and explains exactly our position on it. It is actually a law, constitutional law in England, that you have the right to keep and bear arms. And we need to keep pushing. It is a great industry. It is a great profession, gunsmithing. And again, we need, and I believe there's some things in operation at the moment, which reminds me to speak to Brett later. But we need to do that. Our passport says British, not English. Does it matter? Well, the answer is, when we get our English Parliament back, you will have an English passport and not a British one. Again, I've said to many people, and I keep saying this to people, I'm going to give you an analogy, right? So we've got 5 minutes left. I'm going to give you an analogy. Anyone who now considers themselves to be British in this country has either got Stockholm syndrome or they've simply just been brainwashed. The British have attacked us, the English, and attacked us, the English, and attacked us, the English, for 2 centuries. They have attempted to remove every right that we have, and they're unalienable rights. This is what I'm going to say to you. I want you to think about what I'm saying. And I'm going to say it again. The Acts of Union are what created the British Union. It is not a country. Britain is divided into a number of countries, England being the largest country and the 5th largest economy in the world. We intend to rebuild our industries, our coal industry, our steel industries, our car industry, our motorcycle industries, our shipbuilding industries, etc. But I need you to understand something about the Acts of Union. And I keep telling people this and keep saying it, but now I'm going to give you an analogy that most people should understand. Imagine a vacuum cleaner, a Hoover, yeah, a vacuum cleaner. It receives its power through the lead and the plug. But without power, it's just an ornate object, if you like. It's just there, yeah, it's nothing. But with its power, it then becomes a vacuum or a Hoover, right? Imagine that Hoover has got lots of faults with it. In fact, hundreds of dangerous faults. So dangerous that it needs to be stopped in use as what it's doing, because it is so dangerous to anyone that's associated with it. All right. So what you do is you take the Constitution, and with the Constitution, you unplug it from the wall. It automatically, without power, becomes that innate object, right? But you do one next thing to make sure that nobody ever uses it again. You should take a pair of pliers and you cut the plug off, and you cut the lead back, right the way back, so it is completely safe. It can never be reused again, right? Those pliers in this case is the Constitution. That Hoover as a live, dangerous object is the Acts of Union that give the British their power. And then the British are, in effect, that dangerous Hoover. So by cutting the plug off and removing it and cutting the lead back, you've removed the power. That is the equivalent of voiding the Acts of Union. You cease the danger to the rest of that object. Then you pick that object up, you put it in a crusher, and it never ever comes back. That's how you deal with this problem. That's how you deal with the British as that dangerous Hoover, and see it for what it is. I'm hoping that explanation or that analogy works for people. It's as simple as that. So the Acts of Union is literally the energy that's going into that Hoover, which is dangerous. You can get electrocuted, all sorts of things going on with it. Pull the plug out with the Constitution, cut the lead and the plug off so it can never be plugged back in again, and then throw it in the crusher and destroy it completely. And then nobody will ever be harmed by that Hoover again, or if you like, the British establishment again. And then we return to the English seal. The Constitution can go either way. You can decide at a later date whether you want a monarchy or whether you want to be a republic. The Constitution can offer you both. That's a decision for another day. But we need to avoid the Acts of Union. So again, people, I'm coming to the end of the show. I do hope everyone's enjoyed that. Again, thank you for all the donations. I am now going to hand over to Sunny Days Ahead, which I know that Sunny's sitting in the background there and about to pop in at any time. And hopefully we'll go that. Power back to the people. Exactly that.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Good, I'm good, thank you. I'm trying to get my screen set up.
I won't ask who you voted for in the election.
Me?
Yeah.
Interesting question. You know, I was one of these that went into 2016 election with, you know, no one, it's my right to vote. Yeah. And I don't have to tell anybody who I vote for. And I thought that is one of the things that won the 2016 election, is because so many people didn't tell who they voted for.
Exactly that.
But I voted for, you know, President Trump.
Well,
or I probably wouldn't be here.
Well, maybe you would. You never know. There's some people that have turned around and seen what's gone on. So
that's
Roy,
true.
Yeah, Roy the Boys asked a really good question. How do you void these acts of union? The answer is you can void it by having a referendum, which is basically independence for England. Don't allow Scotland to do that because they'll work with the British to destroy England. So England must have its own referendum on independence. And at the end of that, it will say, so it will literally say void the acts of union, which means then we can tear up the agreements with the United Nations, International Criminal Court. We can literally do exactly what President Trump's done, and you save England. That's what you've got to be looking at. I'm hoping that's clear to everyone. Now, sunny days, I'm going to hand over to you and go and have a cup of coffee. How's that?
All right. Sounds good. You have a wonderful rest of the night.
Thank you very much. I will do.
All right.
I'll be sleeping well tonight as well. That's it. Be lucky. God bless America. God bless England. And don't forget what I believe in. The Constitution is the solution. Bye.
Oh, bye, Daddy Durgan. That's funny. I love his sign off. Well, hello, live chat. How are ya? It occurred to me today that, you're just kind of getting to know me and I'm kind of getting to know you. Some of you might know me a little bit. You've seen me a couple times on here. Hello, all. And I got to know Laura at PSB, and I subbed for her one day, and we've gotten to know each other. And I just find her to be somebody very kind and genuine. And I was so grateful when she asked me to help on her channel. I'm glad to help on her channel. I am just a patriot housewife in the wilderness in Minnesota. And I am pretty recent to politics. I'm pretty recent to waking up. It's been a couple years now. I discovered the Scarlet Letter like most of you, but a little bit later, I think, and didn't really realize what was going on, and started following it and started realizing so much of what I saw and heard was a sham. And it made sense that all of this things that were happening around me that I wondered about, it made sense in a different context. So today I'm still getting my footing here. I've need to do a few things with some software, and so I hope to bring you a better show. I hope to improve. I'm grateful to learn. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and just share an article or two, and then we'll cover some other news. So here we go. Yes, I am from Minnesota. I'm not from the mafia, though. I'm looking in live chat now. I'm trying to be better about that. Yeah, I don't know what a show name would be for me. Go ahead and give Laura some ideas. I don't know what it would be. I tend to try to be more positive. I try to, I have ups and down days. And for me, I feel like, I'm still breaking programming. I still wonder about things, what the narrative really is. And so I tend to be a person who, if I offer you anything or if I read anything, it's not always that I agree with everything in it. It's more, I just want to share information so that we're getting a wide variety of information and you're making your own mind up. I'm not telling you what to believe. I really do not enjoy when people tell me what to believe. I'm glad they're passionate, and I'm glad that they have done research and, but I just really, because I think so much of what I believed was what people told me to believe, I have a little rebellious streak about that. So there you go. All right, so today is Veterans Day. I think I'll start out with that, and then we'll get into another article or two. So here we go. All right, today's Veterans Day. So there's this article I found in Just the News by Susan Katz-Keating, and the title is On Veterans Day and Throughout the Year, Vets Find Ways to Honor Their Fellows. As the United States officially observes its 77th annual Veterans Day, former service members themselves have staked out ways to honor fellow veterans throughout the year. The methods include giving back through service, building monuments, and creating lifestyle brands that celebrate fealty. I just lost my screen. I'm sorry, just a moment. Trying to make sure that, okay. All right. The overall goal of such efforts is to strengthen bonds and heal wounds, said Jan Scruggs, who in 1979 spearheaded efforts to build the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C. Beginning in 1775, our citizens have fought for freedom to punish our enemies, Scruggs told Just the News. And while official commemorative events are important, he noted, much is being done by individual and small groups of veterans. Retired Army Master Sergeant Norman Hooten, a legendary warrior made famous as Hoot in the 2002 film Black Hawk Down, 2 years ago, commenced fighting on behalf of vets who were addicted to opioids. Hooten, at age 57, became a pharmacist working for the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, and he soon expanded his efforts to help other vets. Hooten took on what he thought was a one-time special project to honor those who fought alongside him in the 1993 Battle of Mogadishu. The project aimed to honor the fallen by keeping their stories alive. Such stories often are best told while sitting around a fire pit at night, sipping whiskey and smoking cigars. Hooten and a group of friends decided. We started out by making complimentary cigars to commemorate the 25th anniversary of Mogadishu, Hooten told Just the News. It was a one-time thing, and we never had intended to formalize it. The cigars were a hit, and we received a lot of follow-on requests, along with requests to commemorate other military events like D-Day. Hooten said he and his partners began selling special edition cigars and whiskey, wanting to help people slow down, bond with the people around them, remember those that are no longer here, and to celebrate the selfless acts of servicemen and servicewomen. The Hooten Young Group earmarks a portion of proceeds for veterans charities. So too do the Special Operations Veteran Proprietors of Black Rifle Coffee Company. And I've had some of that coffee, and I gotta say, it tasted good. And the ex-Green Berets who created Horse Soldier Bourbon, named after the mounts they rode into Afghanistan following the 9/11 attacks. Other vets have created charities that help both veterans and civilians. Air Force veteran John Mashi in 2013 turned family property into a place that cultivates life through community. Mashi's North Carolina-based Veterans Healing Farms grows produce and flowers that veteran volunteers donate to a local VA hospital. The farm holds seminars and virtual classes to teach people skills such as building a fire in the forest or making herbal tinctures. Marine Corps veterans Jake Wood and William McNulty in 2010 launched Team Rubicon to help victims of a devastating earthquake in Haiti. The group since has grown into a nationwide corps of veterans who respond to disasters and humanitarian crises. The Day for Honoring Veterans began November 11, 1947 as an Armistice Day parade in Birmingham, Alabama. In 1954, it was codified as Veterans Day. The United States has about 18 million living veterans, according to the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. Of that number, 32% work in public service or charitable organizations compared to 22% of non-veterans, the VA notes, a way to continue service after they hang up their uniforms. The reward, veterans say, is considerable. It was my honor to lead the effort to create the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C., Scruggs told Just the News. This special place has helped heal wounds for veterans and the nation. A day dedicated to veterans is unifying for society at large, according to the man who founded the wall. Again, we are a nation divided, but we will stand together on Veterans Day, Scruggs said. Okay, so there was that one. And as long as I'm doing that, I'm going to go find my bookmarks in Twitter. And there were some that, oh, there was this poem and in Flanders Fields, and I bet some of you have heard of it. In Flanders Fields, the poppies blow between the crosses row on row that mark our place, and in the sky, the larks still bravely singing fly. Scarce heard amidst the guns below, we are the dead, short days ago. We lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow, loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders Fields. Take up our quarrel with the foe, to you from falling hands we throw the torch, be yours to hold it high. If ye break faith with us who die, we shall not sleep, though poppies grow in Flanders Fields. By Lieutenant Colonel John McCrae of Montreal, whose body lies in Flanders Fields. Oh, darn it. I shut my Twitter. Sorry about that, guys. I gotta go back to Twitter. Get back into my bookmarks. Here we go. All right. Okay, so I'm looking at you guys, just trying to look a little bit. Okay. All right. So I love these awesome memes that people are putting out honoring all who served on Veterans Day. There have been several going across in Twitter. And this is a shout out to the Marine Corps yesterday. Happy 245th birthday of the United States Marine Corps. Woohoo! Oh, I did it again. Okay, Twitter. Let's see. And I'm blanking out. Where's my Twitter? All right. Twitter, here we are. All right. All righty, let's see. There was that meme. And there was this one too that I came across. Veterans Day, honoring all who served. I like that one too. All right. I'll mess around with Twitter a little bit later. I'm going to read this article. Sorry to make you dizzy. It was at the bottom of it. And this is coming from the American Mind. It's Trump's greatest achievement, Ben Weingarten. The president has exposed the rot and corruption of our ruling class. No matter how the presidential election ends, one of President Donald Trump's myriad achievements stands above all others. He has exposed the unprecedented degree of rot and corruption that pervades the American system. More specifically, Trump has exposed the ruling class, the bipartisan political establishment and its adjuncts in big tech, the corporate media, big business, and woke capital, the academy, and across the commanding heights of American society. Trump's manners engender hatred in the ruling class. Even more significantly, his tenacity in confronting the ruling class's members with their failures, and the fact he has threatened to rectify those failures discredits and disempowers those responsible for them. Their response, a perpetual effort to destroy him, has shown the ruling class to be lawless and tyrannical. Consequently, the ruling class has obliterated the institutions it claimed to be defending, revealing to those Americans not addled by Trump derangement syndrome that the emperor has no clothes. Americans willing to look can now see that those institutions, which ostensibly exist to serve us, have no reservations after launching a full-scale assault on us if it serves their interests. Consider what we have learned about the leaders of the country in the last 4 years. We learned that they would do everything in their power to destroy a president who takes them on, delegitimizing his election, baselessly demonizing and slandering him as a Nazi, racist, and bigot, lying perpetually through media conduits to undermine and smear him, pulling documents off his desk to subvert him, concocting false narratives meant to portray him as a traitor, to justify spying on him and his confidence, waging legal and political jihads aimed at toppling him, weaponizing national security, intelligence, and law enforcement apparatuses to punish him and like-minded dissenters from the ruling class orthodoxy, impeaching him over his desires to root out political corruption, threatening to wear wires in a bid to entrap and remove him under the 25th Amendment, claiming obstruction of justice over rightful decisions to fire subordinates as he sees fit, illegally leaking information about the most sensitive of subjects concerning his policies, while simultaneously invoking state secrecy to prevent the revelation of systematic ruling class corruption and criminality, and often engaging in outright insubordination. On this last count, we learned that military leaders would publicly flout their commander-in-chief, overrule him on broadly popular policies like pulling troops out of aimless and endless wars, or protecting American cities from rioting mobs, and openly entertain scenarios of forcibly removing him from office. We learned that our courts, up to the highest court in the land, would hold such a president to a different standard than other presidents. When the government itself dropped its case against one of the president's chief advisors, ensnared in some of the previously described machinations, the judge overseeing the case stepped in as a prosecutor himself to continue the persecution. Traitors to the ruling class are treated as below the law. The ruling class's hatred of the president and its efforts to destroy him were, of course, a proxy for its desire to destroy what he represents. What he represents is not just the policies it despises, but the people it despises. This includes the 71 million common sense, patriotic, traditional Americans who voted for him. Some adored the president. Others backed him as the ultimate middle finger pointed at a ruling class that frowned hatefully down upon them while claiming to be virtuous and magnanimous. Indeed, we learn that much of our ruling class believes those Americans to be deplorable, irredeemable, racist, bigoted, backwards, Russia-supporting traitors and Nazis. We learn that the ruling class would hound such opponents of its rule in public, pursue their families, friends, and colleagues, and destroy them reputationally, financially, and legally. We learn that the ruling class's big tech oligarchs would muzzle such Americans. We learn that the ruling class's communications arm, the media, in hoc with federal officials, would engage in rampant, sophisticated information warfare efforts against them. We learn that the ruling class's big business and woke capital titans would seek to enforce their new religion in the workplace, lest any dissenting Americans slip past their HR departments. We learn that the ruling class would excuse, if not underwrite, and cheer on rioters as they looted and burned our cities, so long as it kept the ruling class in power. We learn that the ruling class was cynical. It would leverage a pandemic to impose total control over the public, suspend the rights of political foes while privileging political friends, and systematically undermine the integrity of the voting process. This brings us to today, the fix. Today, half the century may never trust an election again, not because of the pending outcome, but because of the process by which we arrived at it. Everyone knows about the chicanery in Democratic machine-run districts, but never has there been anything like what transpired at the apex of the perpetual coup on November 3rd. In the middle of an election night on which the president made historic gains with Blacks and Hispanics and romped in the two bellwether states of Florida and Ohio, in which his Republican colleagues stunned pollsters by dominating Democrats in toss-up and even Democrat-favored races, in which the president was up by large margins in every major battleground state. Suddenly, without explanation, the counting stopped. Were the machines kicking into gear to conjure up the votes needed to stop the catastrophe of the president winning re-election? Certainly such things had been done before in isolation, in the urban centers of several states all at once. Could a fix of this magnitude really be in? The media had to that point refused to put clear Trump victories in the win column while declaring Biden the winner in hotly contested states, ensuring Biden would not trail in the Electoral College. Was this a conscious effort to set the narrative or another coincidence? In the wee hours of the morning, suddenly tens of thousands of votes started to be reported from the bluest cities in the battleground states. Some dumps apparently consisting of 100% Joe Biden votes, contradicting prior totals from those areas. In the coming hours and days, parties fought and even defied court orders that Republicans be permitted to oversee the counting. Why were they hiding the counters? Evidence grew of alleged voting irregularities, altered ballots, illegal ballots, dirty voter rolls, software glitches, unlawful ballot harvesting, and statistically improbable outcomes. A mass of recounts, audits, and related litigation are now pending. Every single one of these battleground states might have broken Joe Biden's way in a normal election in which Americans cast their votes in person with proper identification. But the foregoing has cast a shadow over our elections, the way in which the election count unfolded, seemingly breaking entirely in Biden's favor after an election night freeze. The anecdotal, in some cases, more robust evidence of corruption and fraud, and faith in the integrity of our elections and our republic itself has been shaken. Never forget that the media took it upon itself to coronate Joe Biden as the winner well before the counting was done. The recounts and audits undertaken and the litigation adjudicated gave the further appearance that the fix was in, that certain world leaders, surely rooting for a return of American last globalism, called to congratulate the former vice president, and that he stood up his transition so quickly only further suggested a hasty effort to ram this election through. Anything that might arise subsequently to challenge the narrative will now be dismissed as an attempt to undermine our democracy, never a republic, suppress the vote by tossing illegal ones, and steal the election, obtain a legal certifiable official final tally. If you express a desire to count legitimate votes, discard illegitimate ones, and get an accounting as to how, why, and the extent of any illegitimacy to ensure your vote is not diluted and your voting rights are therefore not violated, you will be gulagged on social media and beyond. The fever dreams the ruling class previously telegraphed about dragging the president from the Oval Office will, of course, intensify the longer the process takes. Meanwhile, Joe Biden is calling for healing after an election in which he compared the president for whom 71 million people voted to Goebbels, called the only reporters who scrutinized him Russian traitors, and routinely badmouthed the country as a systematic racist bastion of evil. Ruling class resistors are feverishly drawing up their enemies list. This is who they are. This is what they believe. For 4 years, President Trump has achieved major victories in the face of this opposition, making the country richer and stronger than it was when he assumed office. But his greatest achievement has been boldly and courageously standing up to this wounded bear of a ruling class, which has now shown America its true face. Americans' eyes are now irrevocably open to what has become of their country and what must be overcome to take it back. President Trump's predecessors, Truman on the bureaucracy, or Eisenhower on the military-industrial complex, or Nixon on the corrupted media, scratched the surface of the challenges we face, but none exposed it so openly and in such breadth and depth. If the history is writing by the ultimate victors, and the House almost always wins, it may well be that this entire story is missed. Certainly it will be misrepresented, warped, and glossed over in the most outrageous of ways. It will probably be censored too. Nevertheless, we must write it for posterity and for our fellow countrymen in the here and now, more motivated than ever before to reclaim this land we love. So then I'm going to go ahead and play, as you probably have been following, Project Veritas continues to expose and let us know what's going on. So I'm going to go ahead and play a Project Veritas video.
So this is a reporter, Washington Post reporter Jacob Bogage on Anderson Cooper talking about the interrogation of our USPS whistleblower.
What we're able to report is that the Inspector General's agents had a long, first interviewed him on Friday in Erie, Pennsylvania, had another very long, like a 3-hour interview with him on Monday, at the end of which he made.
I'm going to go ahead and stop this. I know that we can watch Project Veritas, but I just want to be careful because this is copyrighted, what we're watching right now.
Sworn statements recanting the allegations he made. Speaking with sources today, you know, the kinds of words they used for me to describe that conversation was overly embellished or totally made up.
So where is this information coming from? Because we have audio of this conversation, some of which we released, all of which we're releasing tomorrow, the raw. So why are these federal agents talking to the Washington Post and not giving this USPS whistleblower the thing that he supposedly signed, that when they pressured him for 4 hours?
He completely walked back the idea that he overheard his postmaster or other supervisors talking about manipulating ballots in a certain way. I should mention that Mr. Hopkins this evening, with Project Veritas, a right-wing group that has tried to run.
Again, I'm just going to stop it to just make sure that we have those stops in there because it is copyrighted.
Operations against credible journalists and catch them in errors.
Credible journalists. We have evidence. We have recordings of what the federal agents said and did. You have no recordings. You have no evidence, Mr. Bogage. You have nothing. You have no documents. You have no evidence. You have no signed documents. We do have a signed affidavit. We do have the federal agents recording it on tape saying that we're trying to, quote, scare you and, quote, twist you a little bit. You have nothing but your credibility. Project Veritas has never lost a lawsuit. You've settled on lawsuits, many times.
Has put out a video where Mr. Hopkins denies denying the allegations. But we also know through credible sources. He did the exact opposite.
Okay, but we haven't seen any documents, we haven't seen any audio, and we do have Richard now on tape again doubling down. So when you say credible sources, who are these sources? Are they sock puppets? And tell me again, why should I presume credibility of a source inside the federal government which would leak to you, but not under the law required by law, give the document that this man supposedly signed to the man who signed it? Why are we supposed to believe your sources and not our own lying eyes, Richard on the video doubling down, losing his job because he believes in what he saw and he's willing to risk his life and his job? He's a Marine, he's a veteran, he has a family, and he's out on a limb. And we're supposed to believe your credible sources. We can't see them, we can't hear them, we know nothing, except we're supposed to believe what you tell us. Well, I don't believe it for a second.
I love that. I love how he does that. I wish more patriots would continue to do that kind of stuff, where they take a story and you break it down and you expose like the words they use. Like President Trump has said fake news. You know, watch them, they say anonymous source. And after he started saying that, I realized how right he was and how many times I would listen to a media source and they would say like anonymous source or, whatever told us, our sources tell us, and they wouldn't reveal who they're talking about. I like that whenever you get to see those contradictions, it really helps break the spell. So there was that. And let's see, what else do I have in my bookmarks? So this is by Elijah Schaefer, and he is from Blaze TV. Now, again, I'm not saying that we should listen to these people. I'm just sharing information. You need to well, you guys will probably already do it. I need to break this down in my head and try to make sense of it for myself. So Elijah Schaefer said, bombshell, feds involved in election corruption scandal. The corporate media is working with feds to ensure a Biden election. New shocking evidence proves how the deep state is manipulating public perception of election fraud. And then huge shout out to Project Veritas and James O'Keefe for providing key facts in this developing scandal. Also, thank you to CNN, Fox News, HuffPost, and LA Times for providing evidence of collusion with the feds unknowingly. Emerald Robinson on Twitter, the media, there's no fraud, except all the dead people who voted. The media, there's no voter fraud, except all the glitches in voting machines that helped Biden. The media, there's no voter fraud, except all the magic ballots that appeared in the middle of the night. Nice. I think that really helps more normie type people like myself and the people I'm surrounded by. I even talked to my sister today. We haven't talked for a little while, and I said, I asked her, what do you think about the election? And she goes, well, it sounds like, a lot of countries are congratulating Biden being president-elect. And I'm like, what? No. And I explained to her, and she said, well, she doesn't listen to, or she doesn't watch TV, and she's not on media much. And I'm like, she said she heard it on the radio. So I'm like, well, that's the same thing as the media. They're going to tell you that Biden won. And then I tried to explain to her why, that it hadn't been called yet, and that there was mass voter fraud, and that, it needs to be gone through, and it might even have to go through the courts before we hear who actually wins. And then again, she said, but they're telling us he won. And I'm like, yeah, that's what they do. So I hope that she thinks about it. And yeah. So the other day, I just want to bring this up because I saw several of these today about this. And this CJ Truth is on Twitter. I don't know these people. For me, I needed to think about it because the other day when we were on the show and I brought up that, some good sources were RSBN, OAN, and Newsmax, our very own breaking. I think he said something to me about Newsmax and just to, be careful or kind of watch. And then today I came across several things on Newsmax. This one is flashback to 2015 on Newsmax CEO, the strange philanthropy of Chris Ruddy, conservative newsman pledges $1 million to the Clintons. And then flashback to 2015 report, Newsmax CEO donates $1 million to the Clinton Foundation. And then, so the CJ Truth writes, instead of exposing LARPs, we will now expose all news organizations, including up and coming Newsmax. We are the news now. And then they go on to, they use some WikiLeaks information on that. I also saw, try not to scroll too fast because it can make the audience dizzy is what I understand. But and it's hard to if there's a way to organize your bookmarks, I really wish I knew how. I do not know how. Oh, and there's this one. So this praying medic says, trying to be cool like the rest of the media at Newsmax, writes an article about violence that has nothing to do with the Scarlet Letter and decides to use a Scarlet Letter image. So there was that. So you decide. Another thing that it gave me thought is that, I realize that a lot of people are dropping and turning away from Fox. But on the other hand, Tucker is still on there and some other people are on there. And, if they're worth listening to, and that's where you find them, I don't know, that's probably going to be controversial. But there are good people everywhere. And I guess we all have to decide for ourselves who to listen to, Sometimes I feel like if there's a majority of people saying, hey, listen to this person, or hey, listen to that person, I tend to, I really want to be careful of who I idolize. I don't want to idolize. I don't want to put people on a pedestal. Before I knew about Hollywood and TV and media, I tended to think these people knew more than we did, or were some more special than, they were more special than us. And that's what we were, how I felt. I was programmed to believe, to follow the stars. And I'm breaking that. It's a process though. So this just helps me. I try to look at all the angles or other sides and not just buy into one thing. So that's me. All right, so it's 4:36. I still got time. Let's see. Had some other things. I like the memes. I thought this was funny. So this is Basic Mega, and this is the Anons. She's much more calm and laughing and having fun. I actually saw one with there's some women on a roller coaster, and it was the same type of thing. And there's this one I really love because I really enjoyed the Lord of the Rings movies. And I like this. Donald the Orange returns triumphantly as Donald the White. And if you're a Lord of the Rings fan, that might ring true to you. This one is another one I thought was encouraging. Hang on, patriots. Sometimes the only way out is through. And for me, it's when people point out the trolls in live chat or anywhere, I guess they're all over on social media and etc. I tend to think of them as orcs in that movie. But I thought this one was funny too. Biden thanks for voting in the cemetery since he got a lot of votes that way. I wanted to highlight this. If any of you are veterans or no veterans, and if they're in need of a Thanksgiving meal, Code of Vets on Twitter, you could find this. And they're doing Thanksgiving meals for veteran families. So they're also trying to raise $75 per family to cover the costs. If you want to donate a meal, notate Thanksgiving meal with your donation. Gretchen at Code of Vets does a lot of great work. From what I've seen and heard on Twitter. So I do have some more articles. I wonder what you all think about this. I am tired of the COVID and coronavirus, but for our state, we got locked down again, or we're getting locked down, and oh yeah, the cases are up and blah, blah, blah. And so I did find some things about that today. Let's do this one first. Dr. Scott Atlas, so he's part of the Trump administration or medical advisor, slams Dr. Fauci as a political animal. President Donald Trump listens as White House medical advisor Dr. Scott Atlas delivers his remarks during a press conference Wednesday, September 16, 2020, in the James S. Brady press briefing room of the White House. And this is by Andrew Trunsky. Dr. Scott Atlas, a member of the Trump administration's coronavirus task force, publicly criticized Dr. Anthony Fauci Tuesday night, calling him a political animal and accusing him of adjusting his outlook on the pandemic once Election Day had passed. Atlas's remarks came on Fox News, The Ingram Angle, after host Laura Ingram juxtaposed earlier comments that Fauci made about the timeline of a vaccine with more optimistic comments he made Tuesday after Pfizer announced that their vaccine was over 90% effective. There's all kinds of prognostications that were made, all negative, all to undermine what the reality of the timelines were, all to undermine the president, Atlas said. And I think once you do that sort of thing, you make yourself a political animal. Basically, you lose your credibility. I have to scroll quite a bit through this ad. And then the rest of that is down here somewhere. Atlas remarks echo those of the president, who had criticized Fauci and suggested last week that he would fire him after Election Day. Atlas, a radiologist by training, has become one of the most influential figures on the task force due to his more optimistic outlook on the pandemic. His credentials are quite different from Fauci, an immunologist who has led the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases since the 1980s. And we could add some other things to that, not so pleasant in Dr. Fauci, about Dr. Fauci, as you probably all well know. There was this one that I found interesting. The NFL has found zero evidence you can get coronavirus playing football. The NFL hasn't found any evidence that players can contract coronavirus playing football. The NFL has very limited issues at this point in the season when it comes to playing football during the coronavirus pandemic. A few games have been derailed because of positive tests, but overall, Roger Goodell and company have done a great job. Now, the top medical man in the league says there's no proof at all that playing football elevates your risk of catching coronavirus. And this was a Daily Caller article. I'm not going to read much more of that. Just to say that I know there was another article on a show that I co-host, and it's talked about how the NFL, if they got a positive test or, positive, then they would do 2 negatives to cancel that out. So they knew how to get around, the coronavirus testing. Just saying, it's interesting. So I found that interesting and do a little bit more on this. I have found in Minnesota, there is this Alpha News, and so Republicans hammer Waltz over new COVID-19 restrictions. And it's by Anthony Gakowski. And state Republicans had some harsh words for Governor Tim Waltz following his announcement of new restrictions on bars and restaurants Tuesday afternoon. The governor ordered bars and restaurants to close for in-person service by 10 p.m., but his restriction on private gatherings seemed to be hitting Minnesota the hardest, since the Thanksgiving holiday is only just 2 weeks away. The data-driven approach can be used not to just restrict activity, but to reopen safely, said Senator Michelle Benson, Republican Ham Lake, who argued that the data should be reviewed to safely resume in-person learning. There is a double standard when you use transmission and super spreader events as a reason to restrict activity at bars and community spread as the reason to limit in-person learning. If we're going to use data-driven decision-making, we ought to be using the same data inputs to make decisions, she added. Republican Party Chairwoman Jennifer Carnahan had a similar criticism, saying the governor ignores the data when it doesn't fit his position. From the beginning, Governor Waltz's models and projections for this pandemic were way off, said Representative Jerry Munson of R in Lake Crystal. The governor's lockdown earlier this year was economic and social disaster. The governor's policies are nothing more than abject failure after abject failure, delaying the spread until the fall when hospitals are busy with regular seasonal increases in other illnesses. These latest measures are just another attempt to assert his control over everyone. When will he realize he is doing more harm than good, he continued. Munson said lawmakers have not been provided with any empirical data showing the kinds of restrictions announced Tuesday even help. As legislators, we are not asking simply for input on his decisions. Instead, we demand that Governor Waltz follow the constitutional process of going through the legislature to enact policy changes. We have 3 co-equal branches of government. The legislature is the voice of the people, which creates and writes the laws. However, Governor Waltz does not seem to care that he is ignoring the legislature and shredding the Constitution, said Munson. House Minority Leader Kurt Dowd, an R from Crown, said the new restrictions are another hit to Minnesota's bars and restaurants. We're very concerned for the impact this will have on these business owners and their hardworking employees heading into the winter months, especially with just a few days to plan for the new restrictions, he said. So yes, there's several states that are doing this. And in fact, I used to joke about Iowa that the coronavirus was so smart you could go over the border in Iowa and not have to wear a mask. And I'm even seeing Iowa start, restrictions again. So I don't know really what's going on. I wonder, do you all think it has to do with, like this voting? And if they think we're going to have to, like do voting again or something? Or I did read something on Twitter. One person speculated that, maybe it had more to do with people staying at home during what could be like a turbulent next month with, what is going on with, the transition, or well, not transition, but the election being ruled in President Trump's favor. So this person speculated this fortune virus hoax, why a world lockdown, making more sense. General Flynn knows. Obama database, CIA software, citizen target list used across the world by the corrupt to prey on hurt and good people. Trump cleaning up, children returning home, organized crime and sting operations. I'm not sure. I don't have the answers. I just know it's so frustrating. So I'm with you if you're frustrated. I completely understand. I did see this trivia. The National Presidential Wax Museum is located in Keystone, South Dakota, near Mount Rushmore National Park. So that was presidential trivia. I just discovered that today. I hope to use more of that. I thought this was really interesting. It's something I did not know. Maybe as Anons, you maybe know more about something like this. But it's this is from No Restrictions Studios, and it's at precisely 11:11 a.m. each Veterans Day, November 11th. The sun's rays pass through the ellipses of the 5 armed services pillars to form a perfectly solar spotlight over a mosaic of the Great Seal of the United States. I do not know if there's anything fishy about that. I bet the researchers do, though. I don't know. Okay, so I think that other article I had will be too long to read. So I will go into this article, which is a big leagues politics article. But what it was about is more interesting to me. It's just this by Shane Trejo. Eventbrite falsely announces the cancellation of March for Trump to suppress outcome for this weekend's historic rally. And so the digital platform Eventbrite has falsely announced the cancellation of the March for Trump while removing the event from their website. We encourage our organizers to express their views and gather for a chosen purpose as long as it's done in a way that doesn't violate our terms of service. We do not permit events, content, or creators that share or promote potentially harmful misinformation, Eventbrite wrote in their notice of cancellation. And notice they always do this. Like, well, it's so frustrating. In this instance, we have determined that your event violated our community guidelines and is therefore not permitted on the Eventbrite platform. As a result, your event listing has been removed and any paid orders have been refunded, they continued. Women for Trump co-founder Amy Kramer made the clarification on her page that Eventbrite was spreading disinformation about the event's alleged cancellation. And I closed my articles. So there was that. And then just to bring a more positive note, OAN had supporters of President Trump preparing to rally together in D.C. this weekend. So this was from today. And supporters of President Trump are meeting in the nation's capital this weekend as the Trump campaign continues to wage a legal battle over claims of alleged voter fraud in the 2020 elections. Earlier this week, several conservative groups announced the planned demonstrations, which will take place in Washington, D.C. this coming Saturday. The first event, dubbed the Million Mega March, will bring together the thousands of supporters of President Trump in a massive show of force for the Republican Party. The second rally is called Stop the Steal and aims at exposing and denouncing voter fraud allegations in Democrat-controlled states. This follows as another similar Stop the Steal rallies that have taken place around the country over the week. In Michigan, one supporter of the president urged the commander-in-chief to continue his lawsuits that are fighting for the integrity of the nation's elections. All of the legal ballots have not been counted. There's been multiple cases of voter fraud happening throughout the entire state of Michigan, said supporter Michelle Gregor. And I encourage President Trump to continue his lawsuits and, fight to stop the stealing of this election. In advertisements shared on social media, the president's supporters are urging Americans to stand against the corrupt left who are attempting to steal the election. In a press conference on Tuesday, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser spoke about the upcoming rallies, and she said local authorities will help assist rally goers express their First Amendment rights. I'm kind of surprised about that, since Eventbrite went the other way. We continue to follow those activities and be prepared for those activities, she stated. Our police chief will have a similar posture this weekend as he did last week, and we will be there to support peaceful exercise of First Amendment demonstrations. Both rallies will kick off around noon and start at Freedom Plaza with GOP supporters eager to have their voices heard for the president. So I'm looking at chat right now. And I'm reading the Druid, and he says, coronavirus is the flu. COVID-19 is a weaponized version. It is fall. The spike happens every flu season, and they are dying or just testing. The immune system fights it all the time. And then Barry Taylor says, it's not about an illness. It's always been about depopulation through vaccination. And then many Sykes or China-originated viral infectious diseases 2019 COVID-19. Between the Buried and Free says, thanks for having me. And Michael Nichols says Trump should bring martial law, then he stays in office, arrests all the demons, and after he can come and sort ours out as well. And then Barry Taylor says the labs in Wuhan are part owned by George Soros. And then 5x5 says, look at where Zuckerberg dropped $350 million and he won't release the record showing where it was all spent for the election. Right. Good points, everyone. And let's see, what can I end with? I've only got 8 minutes or so. Oh, I know. I can just, some things I've been collecting the interesting to share. So this is alt censored. It is a website where you can find people that have been censored. And I know I haven't been dropping links. I'm sorry. Multitasking. So I'll drop that link and you can check it out. It's just some info I came across and just trying to share different things that, you know, are out there that might be of interest. And here is, oh, this was interesting. The worst of Joe Biden in 40 quotes. I actually talked to my mother-in-law and told her some of the things Joe Biden had said, actually showed her on my computer because she does not have the interwebs. And she was shocked at what she saw Joe Biden say. And do you want Flanders Fields, Harley Quinn? Yes, I can get that for you. Let me go back to Twitter. Anyway, she was shocked. She hadn't seen any of those things that Joe Biden said. So that Bongino list, it's pretty funny. Well, it isn't funny in some ways and not so funny in others. Here's the Flanders Fields poem. And I'm dropping that in live chat. There you go. There's that. And some of these I just picked up because I'd never heard of them. This one is called We Love Trump. And it has, like opinion pieces and things on there celebrating president. And for me, now that more than ever, I want to focus on some of this positive information and just remember, like I go back and look at the Trump rallies and all the people and the numbers and just remind myself, we got this. I know we got it, but with all the negativity, it just helps. Let's see. Oh, sorry about that. Let's see. Let's got this one. The best is yet to come. Pulled Joe M's videos are on Rumble. If you like Joe M, this is a website called Megapill. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. I heard of it, and it has all of President Trump's, the good things he's done. And I was actually able to show and share this with a couple people. And even though they're red-pilled and conservatives, they had no idea all of these things that he had done. So that was nice to share with them because they were able to share it with other people. I will also share A Good American. This is, it's a Frederick Moser film, and it is, I believe this is the one about Bill Binney. So I am going to drop that one too as well. And again, I'm just sharing information. If it's not for you, okay. And if you like it, great, wonderful. And with that, I will stop the share, and I bet the guys are here. Oh, maybe not. I do not see them yet. Okay. All righty. I guess I will go ahead and share a few more things then. Let me grab my share again. Oops, grab the wrong screen. Here we go. Let's see. I just came across this one today. I don't know how good it is. It was shared by a patriot. This one is called Every Legal Vote. So I'll drop that one in live chat. And let's see. I don't know if any of you knew this one was out either. The Plot Against the President. I have not got to watch this one yet, but I plan to. This one again is The Plot Against the President, and I believe that one is possibly on YouTube. So, and one more for good measure, Trump Card the movie. And I believe this one is Dinesh D'Souza. And I'll drop that one in chats. Hi, guys.
Hey there, how are you?
Good. I'm doing good, thanks.
Good to see you.
All right, you too. Just sharing some info with the viewers, just things I've come across that they might be interested in, or if it's not for them, hey, that's okay too.
Very, very cool. I'm hosting this over on We the People Insider channel as well. So if you're still over there on my channel, do me a favor, go to the top of the live stream. You'll see a big yellow button up there that says visit channel. That's going to bring you over to the 5x5 network. So do that. Make sure you get over here. And then when you get over here, make sure you guys hit that follow button up at the top of the screen and follow 5x5 Network. I see 840 of you in here now. I know there's enough out there on WTPI still to bust us up over 1,000. So get on over here and come hang out with us in this live chat. Sorry to jump all over the end of your show there, Sunny Days. Oh, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, I'm muted. I'm sorry. I said
happens to the best of us.
Practicing again, I see. You guys have a great show.
All right, thank you, Sunny Days.
All right, thanks. Bye.
All right, Pixels, do you want to go ahead and just launch the show opener, and we'll go from there?
Absolutely. This time I'm actually ready for it. Here we go.
In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice.
If fascism ever comes to America, it'll come in the name of liberalism.
This is not simply another four-year election. This is a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government.
You are watching The New Guard here on the 5x5 Network, and we might as well all declare ourselves president-elect.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. What a joke they've made of the entire election system. I mean,
It's really quite sad.
It really, really is what they've done to our election system, the damage they've done to people's trust in it. I don't know if there's a way to repair it other than blowing this one up and exposing this one to a level that requires something totally new to take its place, which who knows, maybe that's where this is all going. Pixels is, expose how bad this is to the point where we don't have to worry about faith in this system because we'll never use this particular system ever again. The more this goes on, the more I think that's where we're going.
No, it certainly appears that way. I guess let's go ahead and get right into it. You have that Steve Bannon War Room clip with Giuliani there.
Yeah, so let's set this up here. Let's set this up with this tweet from President Trump. So President Trump tweeted this last night, and my jaw just about hit the floor. It says, quote, "I don't care what state you're in. This computer voting system is wide open to fraud and intervention," unquote. And that's, I guess, Lou Dobbs saying that. Trump says, "True, and wait until you see what's coming." Oh my. Oh my. So President Trump's got some big stuff on voter systems, the voter software.
When I saw this, any of my worry whatsoever just disintegrated, because it's like Trump knows what's going on. And actually, before I saw this, my worries disintegrated because we saw President Trump go golfing in a calm and collected manner 2 times in a row. I feel like that was a message to us, like, calm down, everything's fine. We knew this was coming, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Well, anyway, Rudy Giuliani was on the War Room with Steve Bannon this morning, and take a listen to this.
Oh, we need audio.
All right, hold on.
All these rookie mistakes.
I'm the worst. I am the worst show producer on the history of the planet. Like, just the worst at it. Here we go.
And that's a combination. Our next guest is going to be Dave Coleman from, I think, the Great Lakes. He's one of these public interest research institutions. This lawsuit is a combination of what Thor was working on in Coleman. Is that correct, in Michigan?
Correct. And they both have superior information. Thor has the part of it with the government insiders who basically are turning, let's call it state's evidence. They are Democrats who are testifying against the Democratic effort because they were so disgusted. That's basically Thor's people.
All right, let's stop it there for a second, Pixels. You have Democrat officials, the enemy, so disgusted with the behavior of their own party that they are going to turn state's evidence against them. They saw cheating so gross, so disgusting, so in your face that in good conscience they couldn't stay quiet. I mean, man, it shows that there are some good Democrats out there, probably just misled Democrats. But I mean,
well, let's face it. So much of their base. Here's the thing. So much of this is not as much about character as I think a lot of us believe. I think that it's the information that we operate on, right? It's the information that we have, that we understand as people, that makes us make the decisions that we make and informs our positions on everything, right? And so if people are completely deceived, of course they're going to take the wrong position. This has been something on my mind. It's all about information and what we know or what we think, right? That informs what we do and the positions that we take politically. But keep going. Sorry, I cut you off.
No, you're good. You're good. It's just awesome to see that, because we've had a bunch of sworn affidavits from GOP ballot challengers who weren't allowed in, right? But it's all from one side. My word versus your word. When you start getting them from both sides of the aisle, it just adds a whole nother layer to this. And hi to everybody out there on YouTube live chat. I'm really not paying much attention to you guys on YouTube because I hate YouTube. It's nothing personal to those of you who prefer to watch on YouTube. I think you're all great people, but I'm focusing my attention right now on D Live. We got over 1,000, or we had over 1,000 people in D Live. That chat is blowing up right now. I highly recommend all of you guys give Susan and YouTube the finger and come hang out on D Live instead. We need to start siphoning away from these evil platforms. But anyway, let's finish up what Rudy here has to say.
Coleman has the community people, and he's got the Dominion people, and they were the ones who were the actual, not the poll watchers, the observers, who were excluded, who were lied to, but 2 of whom stayed behind after all the Republicans had been left out. And they're the ones who got the evidence on the 100,000 votes coming in. And they have some photographs also. You put those 2 together, and you've got some very, very powerful evidence that room at the Cobb Center, I think it was a complete, let's make up the votes room. How much do we have to make up, and let's get there.
All right, so they have whistleblowers from Dominion as well. So they're going to have people that work for the company that administers these voting systems come forward, signed sworn affidavits as to how the American people are getting screwed out of their vote. Pixels. This is going to be huge.
This is really a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
And also, like, I wonder what's going on right now in those whistleblowers' heads, right? Did their entire leftist reality just collapse upon them firsthand witnessing this fraud taking place? You know what I mean? Do you think these people are ever going to vote for their own party again? Because I think that that's substantial too. Like, they must be thinking to themselves, oh my God, this is disgusting. This is terrible. I can't believe that I've actually seen this happening with my own eyes. What else do I not know about, right? This is probably the beginning of maybe their red pill story.
A lot of people, I'm sure, will wake up to this, right? You know, I don't think America, the average American, really cares much for a cheater. You know, I think most people want a level playing field. I don't think most Americans have this psychopath ends justify the means mentality where
they're certainly out there, but
they're out there. But I think it's more. I think more people want things done fairly, want things done on the up and up. They want to treat people the way they'd want to be treated. And I think that what you're seeing is those people coming forward to expose what's going on. And I think when this information does come out, it is going to wake a lot of people up. It's going to expose the lies in a big way. And you're right. I can't imagine, you know, regardless of their politics, I can't imagine people wanting to vote for someone who's willing to lie, cheat, and steal to gain power. I just, when the chips are really down on the table, you take away the propaganda, the media hype, all the nonsense, you manage to somehow neutralize that and lay out the facts to the people. I think most Americans are going to side against the cheater, regardless of, like I said, of where they stand politically. I'd like to think anyway.
But here's the problem in that. There's now discrepancies over who the cheater is, right? Because the left plays these mental gymnastic games where at first they'll deny that fraud can exist when they think that Joe Biden's winning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now that it's looking like that might be overturned and President Trump will win, now they're screaming from the rooftops that it's President Trump who is cheating in the election.
Well, this is,
and it's like they'll always do that. Like I saw it on Reddit, I saw it on Facebook. It's already starting. They're already starting to realize it's probably not going to go their way, and they're calling Trump the cheater.
Well, this is where you have to have the evidence, right? This is where, when I look at this tweet right here, I'll bring it back up on the screen. I'm not like, ooh, I'm excited because we're going to win. I'm excited because clearly he has something that's going to be mind-blowing. And I take that into the same context. So I don't know if you had this in your stack of stuff, but it's completely related. Georgia is now going to a recount, and not just any recount. They're going to count every ballot by hand. Mm-hmm. It's going to be audited, recanvassed. So you're going to have every county now with, from what I understand, a Republican and Democrat watcher go back and, go and count everything by hand. So my prediction, and this is just a prediction, I'm speculating, so keep that in mind. Take this all with a giant grain of salt. But you're going to have this Dominion whistleblower come out and talk, and he's going to expose how the machines are set up to tilt the vote, right? Because here's how they're doing it, from what I understand, is they're siphoning votes from red districts. So you're not seeing anything show up blue that you would expect to, but a district President Trump should win 60-40. He might win 57, 57-43, right? So they're taking these small little groups of votes from all these different red counties. It's not raising any red flags, but they all add up, and they help them overcome the lack of turnout they're getting in their big cities. And no one raises an eye, because when you look at the map, all the districts you expect to see red are indeed red. But in the grand scheme of things, we're talking about probably hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of votes that are being flipped. So I think what's going to happen is you're going to have someone from the inside come out and testify to the fact that these voting systems aren't on the up and up. And at the same time, you're going to have physical ballots being counted and compared to what was reported through those voting machines in Georgia. my guess is that there's going to be a lot of counties that don't add up, that don't match. They're going to say, okay, where are the rest of these voting systems at? You're going to see a lot of hand counts going forward, and this whole thing blow up. And when that happens, who knows? I mean, all bets are off the table, especially if we learn that someone like China has had a back door to this thing the whole time. You know, where does that leave us as a country? Look, I don't know how this is going to play out. I don't know how this is going to get exposed. What I do know is that we're heading into some very, very uncharted territory, and that you should expect to see some crazy shit, because we've never dealt with anything like this. And I don't think we've ever had a disclosure like what's coming. It's going to be very interesting to watch. Sorry to babble on there for a while, Pixels, but I just had to put out my prediction as to where I think this is all going.
No, and I think that it's a pretty logically drawn. Guys, I'm exhausted. I'm having trouble with words. I worked all night. It's been a hell of a week for me. But yeah, no, I think that's a great prediction from you, and I think that it's logically drawn. Where do we want to move on from here? Let's move away just for a moment.
Can we just real fast say thank you to all the veterans out there, and happy Veterans Day. We should have opened the show with that. Yes. Big thank you to everybody out there who has served our country, who has family members who served our country's ancestors who served and sacrificed for our country. I think I really want to throw that out there. Thank you to all who fought for us so we could fight now. All who fought before us so we could fight now. Much love to all the veterans out there. Good.
I second 412. Thank you to every single veteran out there who has honorably served our country. Your sacrifices are hard to put into words. Whether you were in combat or not, you were still missing holidays with your family, so on and so forth, spending a lot of time overseas, just fighting for our country, and we appreciate that, and we honor you in the biggest ways we possibly could. So let's go ahead. I do want to move away from the election just for a moment to talk about Andrew McCabe and his testimony yesterday. Now, I think it would be stretched to call it a testimony, because really all it was him denying that he did anything wrong. And I lost count of how many times this idiot says to a senator, "I disagree with your characterization of blah, blah, blah." Like, he just kept denying the actual accounting of what happened. So let's just go ahead and read through this. These are some key takeaways from the Federalist. And I did listen to this entire hearing while I was working last night. I just threw on my earbuds and listened to the hearing. I knew that I had to. It was an important one. So let's go ahead. We'll go through this quickly. So here are the 5 major takeaways. He admitted he should not have signed the spy warrant. So McCabe admitted he would not have signed the FISA warrant application to spy on Trump campaign associate Carter Page had he known it contained fabrications and inaccuracies. My problem with this is that are we really going to sit here and believe that he didn't know about the fabrications and inaccuracies at the point in time that he signed it? I mean, what's your response to that, Edel?
It's these hearings drive me nuts, and I'll be honest, I saw a 90-second clip of Ted Cruz grilling McCabe, and that is all the attention I paid to this. I laughed yesterday at the beginning of my show because SD Cali actually sent me the clip to play. I was laughing. I'm like, it's weird when you have a Crossfire Hurricane hearing, with Andrew McCabe in front of the Senate Judiciary, and it feels like a distraction from.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? It felt like a distraction. I paid really no attention to it. As far as him not remembering or skirting answers, it's not surprising. They're gonna go back and admit there were certain mistakes, like you're seeing here with this first thing. Yeah, he wouldn't have signed it. They have no recourse, or they have to say that because of the great work Horowitz did, exposing all the shortcomings in the process. So it doesn't surprise me that he's conceding that. But if I could just guess as to how this went, it's a lot of I don't know. I don't remember. I don't agree with the predicate of the question. Just a lot of obfuscation and deflection. But I don't know, man.
Yeah. And one of the things that I actually noticed, which this might make you laugh, he had an opening statement. And one of the first things that McCabe said in his opening statement was, I don't have access to my records, so my testimony today might be false. Like, I'm going to, like, translation, I'm going to commit perjury multiple times, but I promise you I have a valid excuse to do so. Okay. Second one here. Trump, he said that Trump was a danger to national security. This was rich coming from Andrew McCabe. In his opening statement, McCabe denied the existence of bias or political leanings within the FBI, despite evidence such as text messages between FBI agent Peter Strzok and FBI lawyer Lisa Page, promising to stop Donald Trump's election as president. And these text messages were basically thrown right in his face by the GOP within the Senate after he had said this. So I was happy to hear that. He really didn't even know how to respond to it. It was kind of a beautiful moment. But then he denied leaks to the press. So in a heated exchange, Senator Ted Cruz pressed McCabe on whether he went behind Comey's back to leak information about an investigation into the Clinton Foundation to the press. In 2018, the Horowitz report claimed that McCabe authorized leaks to the media with the intention of clearing his name of any supposed conflict of interest in the FBI's investigation into Hillary Clinton. So, okay. There's a clip here of that, and I'll share the link. I do want to save time, so I won't play it, but I'll share the link to this article so anybody that wants to listen to that clip can. He insisted there were no discussions of the Logan Act. Cruz also brought up the recent news that former Vice President Joe Biden is already having conversations with foreign leaders, asking McCabe whether this qualified as a violation of the Logan Act, a 1799 law criminalizing political speech by American citizens that was used to justify investigations of former White House National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. The Logan Act was your flimsy political basis to go after a decorated war hero because you disagree with politically with President Trump, Cruz said, after McCabe said he would not opine on the Biden campaign's actions. McCabe denied Cruz's characterization of the FBI's investigation into Flynn, and there it is. The amount of times that he said this is flabbergasting. Like, he must have said about 20 times in this hearing, I disagree with your characterization of those events, or I disagree with I disagree with your question or how you framed your question. Like, no one's asking you whether you agree or not, McCabe. Like, it's really, it was bad. He believes he did nothing wrong. Under questioning from Senator Marsha Blackburn, McCabe doubled down on his belief that he did nothing wrong, despite his earlier statement that had he known then what he knows now about the fabricated FISA warrants, he would not have signed off on it. McCabe also cited the IG report, saying it failed to find any evidence, documentary or testimonial, to indicate that the other mistakes in the FISA package were the result of intentional misconduct, aside from FBI lawyer Kevin Kleinsmith, who deliberately altered emails to obtain the FISA warrants. And then he actually went on to say that he was wrongly fired, so that's pretty rich coming from McCabe as well. So yeah, that's basically it. One of the thing that I noticed most about the Democrats during this hearing was that they were completely uninterested in talking about the actual what they had created the hearing for. They weren't interested in talking about the Russia investigation. They weren't interested in talking about McCabe. All they were talking about was Joe Biden in the presidential election. That's all they wanted to talk about. So they were completely off topic. And honestly, if I were Graham in that position, I would have stopped them from talking about something in the hearing that has absolutely nothing to do with the hearing itself. I think it's a waste of time. It's childish, and it's just grandstanding. And I think that Senator Graham could have done a better job at kind of quelling that ridiculous grandstanding and keeping the committee on topic. But that's basically it for the hearing. It was a crapshoot. McCabe sat there and he lied and he lied and he lied, and he disagreed with the framing of the question and the characterization of the events. And he claimed that he did nothing wrong out of one side of his mouth, but out of the other side of his mouth, he admitted that he did. There was also another takeaway that isn't mentioned in this article here, and that is that he admitted that in the rank and file of the FBI that were involved in this investigation, that there were major, basically, guys, oh God, I'm struggling here, guys, that there were mistakes. He admitted that in the lower parts of the investigation that there were 17 omissions and mistakes or whatever, but he didn't claim any responsibility for those. The guy who was second in command of the FBI during this point in time, he doesn't take responsibility for those omissions, those errors, those mistakes. And I think that's ridiculous. He was second in command at the FBI. He had a big voice in this entire thing. And he's going to expect us to believe that he wasn't responsible for the people working under him. It's just a ridiculous notion. So yeah, that basically does it. For that, let's move back to the election or whatever else you wanted to cover there for 12.
Oh, I just want to say, Lindsey Graham, Flimsy Graham, these hearings should have been held months ago, man. The fact that they're happening after the election is a joke. That whole narrative should have been put out there months ago. Lindsey Graham sat on his thumb for months and months and months, holding that gavel, doing jack shit with it. No, okay, they did get a lot of judges confirmed, so I can't say he didn't do anything with it, but through the whole impeachment process, he sat on it, for much of the election run up. I mean, this is all stuff that could have helped and been, put out there, but you get nothing. He did nothing with the Hunter Biden stuff. Lindsey Graham does just enough to stay in President Trump's good gracious, I guess, to get him to ride off his coattails, but never enough to actually do any real meaningful damage to the establishment. I'm really like just done with the guy. He drives me nuts. I can't stand him.
Well, he refuses to bite the hand that feeds him.
Yeah, exactly. So this was interesting here. I just actually saw this as we were loading up the show. It's a tweet thread from Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany, and six tweets long here, but this is just a long list of the voter fraud, the sworn affidavits they have. So I figure it's worth reading and throwing out there, Pixels. So we have 234 pages of sworn affidavits under penalty of perjury alleging election irregularities from just one county in Michigan. Think about that. 234 pages of sworn affidavits, just in one county in Michigan. So
would this happen to be Oakland County?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Maybe Rock County or something like that. I don't know. But if Neil Cavuto is whatever his name is out there listening, this is the part you missed.
Neil Cafeco.
Yeah, this is the part you missed when you cut her off the other day, Neil. If you wouldn't have cucked out and licked the boots of your corporate overlords, this is the part you would have heard, and maybe Fox News wouldn't have like the worst daytime ratings of any of the news networks now. How's that feel, by the way?
I really can't stand that guy. He's like the poster child of old guard media. He really is.
Oh yeah. And him and Paul Ryan and Donna Brazile, they've really done a good job burying Fox News. And I got to say, I'm good with it. Keep putting those kind of people front and center. Keep exposing yourself. Tucker Carlson, your defeatist bullshit last night. I know where that's coming from. I know what your job is. I know who you are. I don't trust you. Sean Hannity, where was your backbone last night? You had a whistleblower that was going to come on. You let him cancel that on you. That's your show, man. That's your integrity. You're going to lick the boots of the corporate overlords too. You guys are freaking pathetic. Every last one of you.
It's all about
every
that
last
paycheck.
one of you. Oh my God. Every last one of you are enemy of the people. Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, all of you. Yeah, you give the people some good information from time to time. Yeah, we share your clips from time to time because you have access to people that we don't have access to. But make no mistake. Make no mistake. You're my enemy, 100% my enemy. And I hope the people out there listening to me right now understand that these people are their enemy too. And they always need to watch them in that context. But anyway, let's get on with the meat of this here.
And I do want to just say really quickly that I like Tucker Carlson. I think that he comes closest by far than anybody else in the media. He comes closest to the truth. But here's my problem. He is unwilling, just like Lindsey Graham, to bite the hand that feeds him. Why won't he just leave Fox News? Tucker Carlson is loved by a lot of people in this country. They would follow him anywhere that he went, right?
Yep.
If he went to Newsmax, they'd follow him there because people like his coverage.
Yep.
He doesn't have to be subservient to these idiots at Fox. He really doesn't have to be. And so you have to sit back and wonder if his career isn't really on the line because people would follow him wherever he went, then what's this really about?
Yep. No, I hear you, man. It's like all these people. So many friends of mine that were, I love Tucker. I love Tucker. They watch Fox News. I love Tucker. I love Tucker. I love Hannity. All right. When they sell you out down the river, I'll be on DLive.TV/WTPI_1776. Find me there. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it then, when you finally see it. And I know I'm speaking to the choir here. But I do have friends out there that still just, I love Tucker's great. Tucker's great. Yeah. Until he's not. Anyway, Kayla goes on to say allegations. Eyewitness saw a batch of ballots. 60% had same signature. Eyewitness saw a batch scanned 5 times. Eyewitness saw 50 ballots fed many times into scanner. We actually have an interview I'll show you on Red Pill. The woman that Hannity canceled on. Red Pill went on live with her last night to make up for that. Eyewitnesses say January 1st, 1900 was recorded in poll books as date of birth for many, not in books, so they could count ballots. Eyewitnesses saw 35 ballots counted even though not connected to voter record. Eyewitness saw poll workers marking ballot with no mark for candidates. Eyewitnesses saw ballots counted with no signature or postmark. Voters said deceased son was recorded as voting twice. Eyewitness saw provisional ballots placed in tabulation box. Passengers dropped off more ballots than people in car. Witness told ballots received after election were being counted. Failed software that caused error in Antrim County used in Wayne County. GOP challengers not readmitted, but Dems admitted. GOP challengers forced to stay away while Dems were not. GOP challengers physically pushed from counting tables by officials. GOP challengers subjected to racial harassment. Dem challengers gave out packet tactics to distract GOP challengers. Election officials covered windows so challengers couldn't observe counting. Election officials cheered when GOP challenger ejected. GOP challenges to suspect ballots ignored. Challengers barred from observing ballot duplication process. So this is all in a single county in Michigan. One county. One. You have every kind of fraud you can think of here in this one county. Maybe none of it in big numbers, but you add up all the little fraudulent votes and all the different fraudulent ways, and you sum that up, and all of a sudden you've flipped an entire state from red to blue. Well, fortunately for us, we have President Trump in charge, a fighter, a strategist, and someone that doesn't lose very often, who is ready for all of this, absolutely ready for all of this. I'm going to play this clip, just to kind of reiterate what we just read there. This is actually somebody that was in one of the ballot counting stations. Take a listen to her firsthand account.
I walked past one of the counters and his machine had a number So there's going to be a number on the left-hand side of the machine, on the left-hand side of their computer sitting in front of them, that's going to show a total number of ballots that were tabulated on that tabulator, which could be any number, okay? Then on the right-hand side, there's going to be a number that should never go over 50 because the batches come in 50.
Sure.
Well, his number was in the 500s.
Oh, wow.
So I said, stop, stop. Don't even touch anything. I'll be right back. I have to go grab my manager because this is a big problem. What that meant was that every ballot that he had in that batch of 50 had been scanned 8 to 10 times.
Right.
Counted 8 to 10 times.
Okay, so those ballots were duplicated 8 to 10 times, which resulted in far more votes than were actually taken in.
Absolutely. And that was one person that I saw their number,
Yeah.
Now, this happened countless times because I don't think I told you this. I started work at 6 a.m. and I worked.
All right. So happened countless times. And this Pixels is how you get districts reporting 120% voter turnout right here, my man. Unbelievable.
And I think that the previous stuff that you went through with Kaylee, from Kaylee McEnany, just shows not only how massive this was in scale, but how massive this was and all the techniques that they used, right? How diverse this effort was.
Yep.
It was literally every single trick that they could pull, they pulled. And they did this in a massive scale. And I'm willing to bet that they did this across the country in every single state. I guarantee you that there is this kind of fraud going on. I think that there should be a full recount, not because I think that Trump will win because of the recount. I do think he'll win because of the recount. I do want him to win. I think we both want him to win, obviously. But I want a full recount in every single state because I think it's the only way that we can verify who won the election. I care about the truth. I want the truth, right?
I want the down ballot truth too. I know President Trump won.
Yeah.
I mean, that was very obvious.
Right. If we were afraid that President Trump would lose decisively from a recount, we wouldn't be pushing for a recount. We're not afraid of anything here. I think it's the left who are pushing back against the claims of voter fraud, who are pushing back against the investigations, who are pushing back against the court cases because they're afraid that their candidate won't win.
Oh, absolutely. That's what they're afraid of. And that's why I've been saying that's got to be our hashtag. What are you afraid of? Hashtag, what are you afraid of? What could be more powerful than 71 million Americans saying, if you're not hiding anything, what are you afraid of? Why can't we look? There's no good answer for that. None.
Yep.
None.
Not at all.
I think that's got to be the question we continue to ask is, okay, you say there's no fraud. We see fraud. You're holding you're keeping the gate shut. You're not letting us see behind the curtain as to what's going on. So the burden of proof's on you. You're saying, despite all these statistical anomalies, that this guy won. Let us look behind the curtain and see how you did your math, how you tallied your votes, what votes you're counting, what these ballots look like, what the machine says versus what the hard count says. They don't want to do that because they know how that game ends. And it's not even so much about President Trump winning 4 more years. It's about the future of our elections. You know, we've heard many Republicans come out and say that if these voting rules are allowed to stay, if we allow this to stand, that's the end of conservatism in this country. We'll never have another conservative leader elected again. Every election they need to win, they will always dig these ballots out of the mail, days, weeks, months later, it doesn't matter. We
It's
allow
it's the end of our democracy. It's the end of our republic, right? We
absolutely.
will never. Okay, if this isn't fixed, if this isn't turned around, right? If this isn't mitigated, if the truth about this election does not come out, we will never again in this country have a fair and free election. It will never ever happen again, ever.
Yep. Yeah, we'll be completely, we'll be conquered at that point. We will be a colony of China if the truth doesn't come out here. Because if you think about it, Pixels, if you really think about it, you know, President Trump, when he was inaugurated in 2016, what did he say? He said, this isn't a transfer of power from one administration to another. This is about transferring power from Washington, D.C. back to the people.
Yep.
There's only one logical way you can really do that, and that's to give them back their voice. Our voice has been taken away. We haven't had a fair and free election in this country. I don't know, maybe never. I don't know. I really don't know how many people are, you know, in our history were elected or selected. You know, I tend to think that most of our, you know, political leaders, at least our federally elected officials, are selected, not elected. You know, so we've never really had a voice of the people really choosing their own government. That's always been more of a myth held together by propaganda and deceit, and this you know, this faith in this system. Well, the system, no one has faith in the system anymore. This killed the faith in that legacy system completely. And if I'm President Trump and I want to really give the people back their voice, I kill this old system that's been siphoning their voice and giving it out. And I give it back to them. One citizen, one vote. That's it. And it allows them to truly pick their own government, to truly be governed, you know, consent to their own government. And I think that's
are you arguing for the Electoral College to be gone?
No, I'm not at all. I'm arguing for one vote for one citizen, which is not what we have right now. Right now we have illegals voting. We have some people voting 5 times. We have people, you know, we have voter machines flipping votes. I mean, you have people counting votes multiple times. I mean, you're not getting one vote per citizen. You're getting an outcome manufactured by a political machine that has a desired political agenda. Our voice has not mattered. No,
I misunderstood you. I thought you were going full lib there for a second.
No. Obviously, the Electoral College is key to everything because that protects the minority from the majority. It makes sure the people who, you know, choose to be stacked on top of each other in cities aren't making rules for the people who actually grow our food and feed us, because they live, you know, it's two completely different kinds of lifestyles that probably require different guidelines of how to behave, you know, based on your environment. And that's the whole point of this. So no, I'm 100% for the Electoral College. What I'm not for is a political machine putting their thumb on the scale of our voice. And that's what they're doing. We have no voice right now. That's not true. We do have a voice, but we have to be extraordinarily loud for it to be heard. And hats off to all of you listening right now. You were extraordinarily loud on election day. And that's why we even have a fighting chance. If President Trump got, I don't know, 67 million votes, you know, did what he did last time in a fair election, he probably would have won. But this isn't a fair election. You showed up to a level where they had to cheat in a cartoonish manner. They had to cheat so out in the open that this is going to blow up in their face. So yes, your voice was heard, and them desperately trying to silence your vote, your voice like they normally would, is going to end up what undoes them. So I guess I wasn't right to say you have no voice, but your voice has been largely muffled, diluted, and disenfranchised.
They're doing everything to you know, they can to snuff out your voice, both in the area of your vote and also in the area of just you sharing information and your opinion on the internet, right? Big tech is also a big part of this. For months up to the election, and in the weeks up to the election, they turned their censorship up to such a fever pitch that it was like, it made you wonder whether or not anybody out there could really even see you. It's like they turned their censorship up to such a level where I think a lot of us were kind of sitting back and feeling kind of defeated, right? We'd spent all this time Look at people like Red Pill 78, right? He spent all this time building up his audience, all this time getting his voice out there, all this time informing people of facts. And then with a click of a button, some asshat over in Google land decided that he shouldn't be heard anymore. And that's not the only instance that, it happened across the board for this entire movement, right? So they've been trying before the election and now after the election, they're doing everything they can to squash our voice in that manner as well. It's not only our votes they're after, right? They want to cut our tongue out too.
It's like a full circle psyop, right? Full circle information warfare. It starts with horribly inaccurate suppression polls that paint a false reality that President Trump is losing to begin with. Then they confuse the voting system, using COVID as an excuse. Then they stifle anyone's voice who speaks out against the COVID narrative or against mail-in voting narrative. So they stifle your voice. They flood you with this misinformation, mentally preparing you for the false reality that they're trying to paint. They're trying to get you to accept it ahead of time. So Biden's up 17 points. Biden's up 17 points. Mail-in voting, COVID's too dangerous to vote in person. But if you need to riot in the streets, shoulder to shoulder, do what you got to do. But you got to vote in person, Oh, by the way, on election night, it's going to look like Trump's winning, but don't worry, we'll find the votes. And then all of that, it's like prepping, because if they don't do it that way, and what they try to do what they did, the whole country's be like, no. But the thing is they have this way of it goes in a circle where it's like, well, we told you he was winning. We told you it was going to happen afterwards. And then when they pull the move, people who are paying attention can be like, okay, you telegraphed this, you're cheating. But a lot of other people, they hear this stuff in passing. They read the occasional headline. It subconsciously burrows into their brain. And then when the wolves pull it over their head, they don't even realize what's going on. They just accept it. And that's that. They lost their country. Republic's gone. And they had no idea that was even at stake, it was even at risk. I'm beginning to get actually really angry at these people. These people that don't see what's going on, who can't see what's going on, or who, worst of all, refuse to see what's going on. It's gotten so obvious at this point, and I don't know if it's because I've been doing this for 2 years, right? That's the part I don't understand. But to me, this stuff is so obvious. It's not even hard to destroy their narrative anymore and to find the truth. It's not. But then you have these people out there who are completely clueless, and they're unwilling to even stand up for anything. They're too worried about their own petty life stuff, right? It's like people, I don't know. I wish that people would care enough to just do their due diligence. And at this point, nobody should be trusting mainstream media anymore at all. Well, it's not even a matter of trusting mainstream media. It's a matter of people taking this country and our basic freedoms for granted. If you just assume that you're always going to be able to speak and move about and exist in a free world, then you never feel like it's at risk of being taken away from you, then you're not going to pay attention. And that's been the scam from the start, is they were robbed of our perspective of what we have from the time we're children. The education system now, we're taught to see our founding fathers as flawed, racist, Neanderthals, basically, is the kind of the way they paint this, which is just a shame, because the values they instilled in this country are unlike any other country in the world. No other country has the freedoms that we have, and you have so many people that have just
it's like this thing where they push the fact that, okay, there was slavery in the early years of our country, but they completely obfuscate and ignore the fact that we were the country that got rid of slavery and inspired the rest of the world to do so.
Right. Like I always like to say, white people didn't start slavery, but they sure as hell ended it. But that's just that's just not the narrative, unfortunately. But anyway, my point is that most kids for generations now have grown up in this country not even understanding what it means to be free, or not understanding how lucky they are to be in this country where they have the freedom. So if you take them for granted and you have them from the time you're small, and no one ever really instills that perspective in you of what we had to go through, what our ancestors or what the patriots who came before us had to go through, the blood and the mud, the sacrifice that they've made to even give you what you have. When you lose that perspective, it changes everything. And you're more concerned about fantasy football, keeping up with the Kardashians and all this other inconsequential bullshit that, it's, you just don't pay attention. You might skim some headlines. You might, browse through things that's, fed into your face through social media or wherever. But you just assume that the system's there to protect you and keep you safe, and it's on your side because, like I said, you don't understand the true relationship between government and the people.
Yeah.
Government is not here to help the people. Government is an evil monster looking at any point to take everything you have. And if you don't understand that, you'll never fight. Our entire existence is to fight against government. We elect them and then we hold them accountable. That's what we're supposed to do. You're not supposed to look at government as your parents looking out for you like you're like an infant your whole life. And unfortunately, these people who don't have the perspective and understand how rare the freedom that we have in this country actually is, they look at our government like some benevolent entity there to spoon feed them and wipe their ass when they're done. And it's just so backward. The government, if you're not careful, like I said, will take everything from you. And you're right, man. It's infuriating because people just don't see it. But at the same time, most people never have a chance. A lot of these people, they're born into it. Their parents are born into it at this point. Maybe their grandparents too. They never get a chance to even look outside. Their chains are so invisible and have them so tightly that they actually love the system that enslaves them. It's just like weird Stockholm syndrome thing.
Yeah.
And
my problem,
it's hard for me to be mad at them. It's hard for me to be mad at them because I don't see they ever have a chance.
I get mad at them, Adel, because that's all good and fine. I get it. I get why they're in the mental position that they're in. Okay. But when someone like you or I comes along and implores them to just look at the facts, right? We try to give them information. We try to convince them otherwise. And they just outright refuse to even listen. They outright refuse to take us seriously. Right? I know a person who, when all this Hunter Biden stuff was coming out, I was like showing her this stuff. I was like, look, take a look at this. Like, isn't this crazy? Look at this freaking corruption. Look at this Hunter Biden freaking prick. Look at how disgusting this guy is, right? Look at all of this. This is the son of the guy that wants to be the freaking president, right? She's like, you see this kind of just glaze over face. Oh, I don't really care about that. I don't have time to look into that. I don't have time to read an article that has like 3 paragraphs. No, I don't have time for that. But I certainly have time to binge some stupid ass show on Netflix.
Again,
also, this is the same person that when I informed her about the Cuties film on Netflix, she goes, "Oh, that's horrible!" But I'm not going to cancel my subscription because my favorite show's on Netflix. So you're literally admitting to me that you know what's right and wrong. You know right and wrong, but you're absolutely unwilling to stand up for what's right because it might cost you something.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of that out there, and again, it comes. They don't see the stakes the same way you do. They don't see what's at stake, and you can't take somebody who's so deep into the mind control, the matrix that's been created for them, and just expect them, even if you're offering and trying to put it out in front of them, if they don't have that perspective on what this country really is, then you're as frustrating as it is. Like, again, it's frustrating, but because I have people in my life like that too, that you want to have the conversations with, you want them to understand the false reality laid out in front of them, but many just aren't ready for it, or they don't care. And that you can't. You can lead the horse to water, man. You can't force them to drink it. And
this person that I'm talking about
Mhm.
also voted for Biden after she told me many times that she was going to vote for Trump. So despite me trying my damnedest to give her the information and to wake her up and to get her to open her eyes, I think COVID and BLM brainwashed her, completely brainwashed her. And it's like, and it kills me. It's because I feel like I failed. I failed to stop the brainwashing that was coming from the left from infecting her and making her vote for a piece of shit like Joe Biden.
No, you didn't fail.
I don't know.
It's not your, I mean, look, again, you did your job, you shared the information, man. You can't change somebody's mind. You can't force somebody to gain perspective. You can't force somebody to change their mind. You can't force somebody to behave in a certain way. All you can do is make your best case and hope that they see the light. Some people never will. Some people are lost. They are, the spell is too deep. They can't see through it, and they may never be able to, but that's not on you. Like I said, all you can do, all any of us can do, is educate ourselves in a way that makes us able to speak on these issues, to debate calmly and logically and rationally with people. And that's all you can do. Be prepared to have the conversations when the opportunities arise. And that's that. It's not your job to force people to drink from the pond. You just lead them to the water. And I get the frustration, man. I do because I see it.
One more group of people that I want to mention here.
Go ahead.
Is the nihilists and defeatists.
Oh.
I saw somebody post to Facebook, I don't give a damn who wins the election because both of them are corrupt in their own ways. Dumbass, try and find me a credible allegation, credible evidence of corruption on Trump's part. Find it. Don't just spew it out there because you heard it from somebody else. Don't just repeat stuff like a parrot. You dumbass. Also, that is nihilism and laziness. It's laziness trying to appear as pseudo-intellectualism. Oh, everyone's corrupt, so it doesn't matter what I do. Translation: I don't have the balls to stand up for anything. I don't have the fortitude to look into facts. I don't have the time. I don't have the time to educate myself. So I'm going to come up with this excuse that I think that just everything is corrupt and there's no use anymore. I might as well just roll over and accept the tyranny. Those kinds of people disgust me. They disgust me more than the far left does, because at least the far left has their convictions and are willing to fight for them.
So I hear you. I used to be one of those people. I used to think that everything was corrupt beyond any sense of recognition or I didn't vote for Trump in 2016. I didn't vote at all. If you looked at my Facebook page in November of 2016, you would have seen a picture of, I think, Goofy, I don't know, some cartoon character, and just a meme that said, "Don't vote," because I thought the whole system was a complete joke. And to me, the only real way to fight against a system like that is to not validate it by participating in it. I've come a long way since then. I think a lot of it is like Q and seeing that there actually is a plan to move forward. But again, I understand your frustration, but I also understand that perspective from people. There's a lot of people out there that have seen the assassination of presidents get shot. They've seen crimes and scandals get covered up, swept under the rug, lies. No one ever really held accountable. I mean, how many different financial bubbles have come and gone where the bankers who caused them get no accountability, get no consequences, and then get paid out billions of dollars in bonuses. So I understand the nothing's going to happen people. I understand the black pill people. I honestly, I can relate with those people a lot. And I got to disagree with you, man. I don't see it as laziness. I see it as logical people looking at the history of how things have happened in the past, how the system always finds a way to cover for itself, always finds a way to protect itself. And they have no faith that anything different would ever happen. And you know what? I don't blame those people. I kind of disagree with you on this.
I don't blame them for not having faith in the system. I blame them for refusing to fight. They're using their lack of faith as an excuse not to speak up.
No,
I think that is a defeatist, nihilistic attitude that has no place in America.
I think it's counterproductive to, like, if you have that attitude and you're just using it to poo-poo people that are online fighting, then yeah, that's not helpful. If you have that attitude, you still share information, but you do it with a pessimistic attitude, whatever, that's your thing, as long as you're still sharing information, I guess. So I guess there's different behaviors.
The thing about that post that pissed me off more than anything, more than his nihilistic attitude, was his assertion that Trump is corrupt without providing any evidence. And he knows deep down that he couldn't pull any evidence out of his ass because there is none. Right. So it's just, I don't like it when people spread that lie that Trump is also he's just corrupt. Okay, show me the evidence.
So based on, and look, if you don't really understand the nature of his presidency, though, I thought the same thing. I thought anybody that could win the nomination for either of the political parties had some kind of puppet strings attached. I thought the exact same thing. It took a while, honestly, probably about 6 or 7 months of him being president before I really saw that, no, this guy is here to be a wrecking ball to the machine. So again, if you come from that world of nothing but corrupt presidents pretty much your entire life, never seeing anyone held accountable, I could see the skepticism on President Trump and the assumption that, well, if he made it this far in politics, chances are he's dirty in some way. Again, hard for me to blame somebody for that perspective. I'd like to think that they'd be open-minded.
I think that's ridiculous. We've watched for 4 years the entire establishment fight tooth and nail to get rid of this guy.
I get it. There's a lot of people out there that see that as a WWE match too. Something meant to get us all distracted and both sides kind of playing us and manipulating us. I look at guys like I don't agree with it, and I don't believe that they're correct, but I still pay attention to those kind of people, like the high impact flicks and guys like that who have no trust in Trump. Guys like Adam Green of No More News. I don't think those guys got it right, but I still pay close attention to their point of view because we don't know.
They represent a large part of the country for sure.
Yeah, and I think we have to be willing to hear their side of things and understand where they're coming from, because those people, while they're annoying and incredibly frustrating, Pixels, to your point, those people are on our side. They're just a little more disenchanted with the system than we are. So that's my thought on it. I think that those people want to see the same things that we do. They've just been, they're just very, very skeptical people, which isn't productive. I agree, but I still think that we need to not completely, what's the word I'm looking for, alienate those people or dismiss those people, because I do think as more evidence comes out and more action gets taken, you'll see more and more black pill people kind of regurgitate that way of thinking and maybe become a bit more hopeful. I'm one of them. It didn't take much for me, but I'm one of those people. Just for the record, I'm one of those. I was 100% Brian Impact Flicks level. This is broken beyond repair. So I totally can understand where they're coming from.
To be fair to this person who I'm talking about, the person whose post I saw on Facebook, they did reach out to me and ask me to send them some things because they felt that they couldn't trust anything they were seeing. Right. So kudos to that person for asking, at least. But it was just like, I just don't like the nihilism. I don't like the defeatist attitude, because when you have a defeatist attitude, you have no chance to win ever. I want to go ahead. We're pretty much out of time, but we're closing out today, so we can take a little extra time, and it's no big deal. I'm just going to open up my Feedly for you guys and read some of these headlines. Breitbart. Pennsylvania County will count over 2,000 ballots without dates. So the steal is still on in Pennsylvania. Something needs to be done to bring these people to heel. I swear. It is so disgusting, so ridiculous, so blatant. It just needs to stop. Georgia. Here's what should be happening across the country. Georgia is to conduct a hand recount of election ballots. You mentioned that 412 briefly at the beginning of our show. And here's the other things that I had. Over 100 briefcases full of misplaced ballots unearthed in Puerto Rico. Yeah, you heard that right. 100 briefcases full of misplaced ballots. And I'll be sharing these links in the live chat for you guys too, before I forget. I'll just do that with these two as well. Also, Newsmax, we see you. I trusted you very briefly, but after your little antic today, I don't know. I'm feeling kind of queasy about Newsmax now. So, you know, I guess everybody kind of prepare yourselves for them to go full cuck, because that could happen. Project Veritas releases raw and unedited audio of 2-hour coercive interrogation of USPS whistleblower Richard Hopkins by federal agents. And that was very big. I would definitely check that out. That's an article from the Gateway Pundit. Of course, there was the takeaways from the McCabe testimony yesterday that I read earlier, if you guys want that. Trump files new election challenge in Michigan, so he's still fighting in Michigan. That's good to hear. Biden transition team absolutely stacked with big tech insiders. That's right, everybody. If Biden actually manages to steal this election, then the people who have been cutting your tongue out are the people who will then govern you. Congratulations, America. Tennessee Attorney General asks Supreme Court to review election process in Pennsylvania. I don't know if that matters much, because Pennsylvania doesn't seem to give a damn about court orders. Something needs to be done there. Some arrests need to be made, I tell you what. FEC Chairman Traynor says, I do believe there is election fraud in these places. If the law is not followed, it makes this an illegitimate election. I agree wholeheartedly. I think it's already an illegitimate election based upon all of the evidence of massive, widespread fraud that we've seen. And Hong Kong bans 4 pro-democracy legislators, and then 19 others resign in protest. Talk about defeatists, man. Talk about defeatists. What a disgusting freaking thing. What a disgusting thing, man. I can't believe that is happening over in Hong Kong. And I feel horrible for the people of Hong Kong, but I guess you make your bed and you lie in it. I don't know. Pennsylvania County will count over 2,000 ballots without dates. I already said that one. And yeah, that's pretty much all I had for today. So, Adel, do you have anything else that you wanted to say before we go?
Just again, keep your head up, guys. We're winning this fight. I think yesterday, and the tide really turned. The hand recount in Georgia is huge. That I think is going to open a lot of other doors. I think they're going to discover a lot of different ways that cheating was going on, and I think that'll trigger audits across the country. I think that we're looking at. My guess is 311 electoral votes for President Trump when this is all said and done. So ignore the map. By my count right now, the map is at 232 to 229 in the favor of President Trump. PA and Georgia look fantastic for him, which puts him just 3 votes away from the presidency or from re-election after Pennsylvania and Georgia get sorted. Michigan and Wisconsin won't be far behind. Arizona, Biden's lead gets smaller by the day. If the assholes down there would ever finish counting the votes, we'd see that flip red is my guess. In Nevada is probably the longest shot of them all to be flipped. But it sounds like there is just tons and tons and tons of fraud going on in Nevada. So it's going to come down to, does President Trump expose just enough to take the win, or does he blow up the whole damn thing? I think it's going to be the latter. I think he'll take enough to win to start. He'll get the results of the election. I think we'll know who's president here sooner than later. But then as far as how deep the audits go, how much corruption they uncover, and what major changes take place to our voting systems after that, I think is the real story here.
Well, I hope they pull the whole damn thing down, because this has been a very damaging time in our history,
Agreed.
In the trust that we have in the system. It's just, and in many other ways, it's just damaged our republic, and this can't be allowed to stand. So I hope you're right.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it turns out, but just keep fighting. If you see credible information, credible stuff on fraud, share it everywhere, text it to people. I mean, it's a battle of public opinion, so be obnoxiously loud. Over the next month or so, we're going to need as many voices, as many people pushing the ball in the right direction as possible. So if you're a lurker, if you're someone who likes to stay more in the background and just kind of quietly absorb information, you might want to consider being a little bit more outspoken, be a little bit more on the front line, being a little bit more active in your social circles, raising these issues to your friends and family, get people to try to get more involved. I think that's really what everyone can do right now to make a small difference, and all of you making a small difference will make a big difference in the end. So, focus, what's the cliche? Think globally, act locally, or something like that. That's what all of you can do, is just keep looking for the information and make sure that people in your circles understand what's going on. And if you have, Trump supporters that are still on the Fox News line of thinking, keep them in the fight. Don't let them get depressed. Make sure they understand that this is not over. I've been doing that all, since the morning of November 4th, when they really started pulling their crap and flipping states blue. I've been just on the phone with people in my life I know that would be freaking out, and just trying to talk them off the ledge, make them understand that this isn't over. Stay calm, turn off the TV, and give them some better sources. So that's all I have to say. Thank you, everybody, and I'll catch you next week.
Oh God. Somebody asked me to drop the links in Twitch, and then the Twitch started playing in my earphones, and I totally just so I'm gonna go ahead and drop the links into Twitch here for you guys, if it'll let me, and then I'll go ahead and close it out for today.
All right, well, I do have to run. Pixels, thank you as always for spending this time with me each week. Soko, if you're out there, fix your logo. And live chat, I love you guys. We'll see you next week on next week's New Guard here on 5x5. Bye, everybody.
Yep. And actually, Ray Edmonds, I'm sorry, I can't drop the links into Twitch because I just can't seem to log in over there. So I'm just gonna have to go ahead and end the stream. Thanks, Adel, for being here with me today. Always enjoy doing the show with you. And I guess, just keep fighting, guys. Keep sharing information. It's not hard to find the voter fraud evidence. It's all over the place. It's about as common as water at this point. So, go out there, take a look at the news, take a look at Breitbart, take a look at the Gateway Pundit, take a look at all these great people on Twitter, such as Methods, who are sharing this information, and just share it with your friends and family. Now is not the time to just sit back quietly and allow all of this to happen, and allow your brethren, your family, your friends, your brothers and sisters, your fellow Americans. You can't allow them to be gaslit. You can't allow them to be brainwashed by this disgusting, corrupt, fraudulent machine any longer. Now is the point in time where we all have to kind of pull our pants up and start destroying the narrative and waking people up as much as we possibly can. So with that being said, thank you all for being here today. Hope you enjoyed this entire stream here from the 5x5 network, and of course me and 412's show. And we will see you all this coming Sunday for the round table. So much love, everybody, and we'll catch you later.